2022 대한민국 양성평등 포럼 두 번째 날이
Good morning, and to some of you, good afternoon. I am Kimana, the announcer of the day. I'd like to welcome all of you to the 2022 Korea Gender Equality Forum. And under the theme of Sustainably Developing Society and Female Engagement in the economic activities, we are joined by many expertise from governments and academia to pool our wisdom together. We have much more heated discussions planned for the day, so I hope your participation until the end. So today marks the second day of the forum. We have two forums in the afternoon and one in the morning. The first session will be the first session of the day, and the second session of the entire forum will be about expansion of female engagement in economic activities and childcare, followed by the improvement of women's engagement in advanced sectors such as science and technology, and ESG, and expansion of women's engagement in economic activities. For each session, the moderator will lay the foundation and the expertise will participate in discussions. And you may leave your questions on the website of this forum. And please make sure you leave a question. We will choose a select few, and send a small gift for leaving the question. So today, now let us begin the second session. The moderator of the day will be the Professor Cha In-sun of the National Assembly.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to be here with you.
First of all, I'd like to invite all of you to this topic of women's engagement in economic activities. So let me begin by introducing our panels and speaker. First is Professor Kim Soo-han, a professor of sociology of Korea University. The second speaker of the day is the economist and historian of the Civita Norway, is Mathilde Faste, and her focus will be on policies preventing female career breaks. And after that, we will hear some discussion between the two panels that we have today. A Professor of Center for Transnational Migration and Social Inclusion, Professor Eun Gi-soo, and followed by Professor of Economics of Yonsei University, Professor Yang Hee-seung. And then we will have a discussion session amongst all four participants and answer your questions on the website. Now, then, let us kick off with the presentation by Professor Kim Soo-han.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to be here with all of you at this wonderful venue. And actually, I've prepared these slides. Actually, it's not the one I prepared this morning. Could you change them? So to tell you a little bit about what I'll be talking to you today is gender. Actually, the theme of my presentation is gender inequality and issues of care provision at Korean companies. When we look at glass ceiling index of Korea, it's quite serious. Actually, it's been sitting at the bottom for about a long time. Every year, The Economist released this glass ceiling index, and then Korea actually has been sitting at the bottom for the last 10 consecutive years, which is a serious status. And then, well, there were reasons that were pinpointed by The Economist. for the Korean society to stay there? Well, it briefly mentioned that in South Korea, women should still choose between a family or a career, and that's the reason behind all this. And that shows how serious the situation here in Korea. Well, there were many countries that were included in the index. Korea actually is, when in terms of economy, it's doing fairly well. So you might not think that it's not that big of a problem, but then it actually is. Well, according to World Economic Forum, Korea was ranked when it comes to gender equality, it was ranked 99th place amongst 146 countries. When it comes to economic opportunities and fair participation in economy, it's actually the Korea is ranked really low. And considering that Korea is one of the top 10 economic powerhouse in terms of economy size, it definitely shows how gender equality is not being achieved here in Korea. And actually, one of the most serious reasons behind it is the gender wage gap. There still exists a gender wage gap in Korea, and women are paid 31.1% lower, less than men. And compared to the OECD average of 11.7%, it's much higher. And then, as of 2022, what does it mean that there's the gender wage gap of 31.1%? Well, compared to what it looked like in Japan 20 years ago, or like some decades ago in the UK, or the OECD country average, well, compared to all these figures, it just tells us so much about how Korea lags behind when it comes to gender equality. This graph definitely tells us the serious situation Korea is faced. Now, when we take a look at more details, let's take a look at the proportion of women per positions at Korean companies with 100 or more employees. We can clearly see the glass ceiling condition that's happening here at Korean companies. I'll give you more details about that. When we look at these top 100 Korean companies, among 6,664 executives in these companies, women takes up only 4.8% at 322. But when we look at other country situations, it's really different. You know what? When the media releases anything about the executives in Korea, they always are male dominant. So not many women representative in the executives. So when we look at the proportion of women at top boards of 100 or top Korean companies, it's much, much lower than the OECD average. Look at the 2021 figures compared to Norway. Wow, Korea shows this very low proportion of women in the executives, 41.5% for Norway, and other countries show this higher proportions. But when we look at Korea, it's much lower, especially compared to major OECD member countries. Actually, I have more interest in the smaller companies with 30 or more employees. We can definitely see that the proportion of women in each position is very low. In particular, when it comes to deputy general manager or general managers, we see much less proportion of women. In particular, less than 10%. In companies with 30 or less employees. But when it comes to company with 100 or less employees, it becomes a little even more serious. Companies that do not have women in certain positions actually takes up large proportion. Well, in some companies, there's none in the executive positions when it comes to gender equality. None of them in their executive positions is women, which is a serious problem. When it comes to positions that is higher than deputy general. There was no women at all. In 2020 and 2019, there were many companies that did not hold any women in the high level or executive positions. When we look at the OECD member countries, female economic participation rate of Korea is really comparably low too. When it comes to the OECD average, or maybe let's take a look at Germany, the rate is 79.2%. When we look at Japan, the rate is 77.7%, which is relatively high. But let's look at Korea's figure. In 2021, it was 64.5%, only 64.5% female economic participation rate. Now, what's behind all this is the child rearing conditions of Korea compared to Japan, Norway, Germany, US, and Sweden. When you look at these different countries, the participation of male and female at their workplaces and home, these are the figures that show them age employment profiles by sex. In every country, there exists gender gap, but none of them shows this wide gap as Korea. So Korea has the largest gap when it comes to age employment profiles by sex, while Sweden shows the lowest figure. Let's take a look at Korean situation more deeply. When we look at employment of men and women per age group, when they are young, still young in their 20s, their employment rates look quite similar, but then as they get older, let's look at the gap. Due to the child rearing and childbirth, as well as the care work at home, it clearly shows that women get to participate in economy even less and less. So back in 2020, it's what it looked like when women were economically inactive. Over 65% of women who had to stop their work said they had to take care of housework or childcare. And this clearly shows that child rearing is the most serious reason behind women's career interruption. Just like we have mentioned before, in Korea, women still have to decide between work or life, just like the economist mentioned. Let's take a look at the male and female employment rates and how long they've been married. So pre and post marriage, actually, they look very different between women and men. Before a man is married or a woman is married, it doesn't show much gap. But then after they get married, the pictures become really different. 97 to 98% employment rate for male. But when it comes to female employees, it drops to 88 to 68. And into 4 to 5 years of their job, these rates actually drop drastically because that's about time when women have to become pregnant and go to home to take care of their baby. And definitely we can learn from this graph that childbirth and child rearing are the two top reasons women have to leave their work. So job insecurity is the serious problem here. The works the women can go back after their childbirth or child rearing are only the temporary or informal positions. Well, that actually lead to the big wage gap between male and female workers. Also, the proportion of female workers or employees at the top level jobs. For the last 10 years, Korean working hours compared to the average of OECD has been really long. Koreans are working the longest hours in Korea. Let's take a look at the OECD average. It's a little bit over 1,716 hours. And let's look at Korea. It's Actually, even compared to Japan, where people are known to work long hours, Korean workers are working even longer at 1,915 hours. Not only that, the female workers who have to work long hours at home have to come back and do house chores as well. Let's take a look at the double income married couples working and unpaid working hours. Well, on a daily basis, women work even much better than men every day. Let's take a look at the graph here. Well, women work as long as men at workplaces, but when they come back home, they have to work extra 2.5 hours to take care of family chores. Even in the cases of double income married couples, women have more responsibilities at home, which is a large burden for them when it comes to caretaking and also the housework chores. Women have to work longer, which can prevent their career development. So these norms that have been existing in Korean society for a long time, the traditional norms of women, female and male workers, actually are stopping women from advancing much longer at home or at workplaces. They are faced with discrimination. But the Korean government is doing something, actually making progress in this field, trying to mitigate gender inequality. But actually, in many cases, companies of certain sizes with more than 300 or 500 employees, only these companies are subject to certain policies like affirmative action. And that tells us that in not many cases, these policies or systems secure or protect female workers. About 96% of all the companies out there, there aren't many, simply not many workers enough to secure them. In fact, 61.6% of all the companies have only 1 to 4 people, and situations are even worse for other companies. So for these mid and small size companies, it's even difficult for the companies to protect the female workers. But most of Korean female workers work for these small size companies, and that's a serious problem. And then we ran these actually study to look into the smaller companies. Actually, when we look at these smaller companies with less than 5 employees, 75.6% of these companies answered that they haven't introduced a flexible working hours system. And also, many companies out of these 75.6% answer that they are not even planning or considering the flexible working hour system. So these situations vary from country to country according to the sizes of these companies. Well, companies with 300 or even larger amount of the capacity or the employees, well, situation is much better. But companies with 100 or more employees, they do have the system, but it's actually not easy to use. The accessibility of such policies are definitely different per gender and for people and according to the situations. Actually, when it comes to these parental leave or maternity leave situations, the conception or perception of these systems differ per gender because managerial positions have, well, different levels of understanding about these policies. Although women use more of these policies because they have to, they actually think that it's difficult to utilize such policies. But then male managerial positions, well, male employers or managers believe that it's easier to use these policies than it actually is. The perception varies here too, according to genders. male managers or male employees who make less use of these policies believe that it's easy to use them. So this certainly shows how women find it difficult to utilize such policies. But what's more serious is that both male and female employees believe that they are disadvantaged when they use these programs. For example, when they use their maternity or paternity care, they believe that they will somehow be disadvantaged or suffer from some kind of disadvantage when it comes to career. So that's a big obstacle that we have to clear. When it comes to sustainability, well, it's something that we definitely have to think once again about. Lastly, how are we going to overcome this gender inequality and improve women's or females' representation in these large companies? First of all, we have to think about these policies that are encouraging gender inequality and do something about them. Well, there are lots of obstacles, and we have to improve many parts of the policies that are existing. One of the best ways to improve female representation in private sector is to improve perception toward gender inequality and female talent, especially that of CEOs or executives. Well, it is believed that those executives who have better perception towards female employees, when CEO has this better perception, it is believed, actually it was proven that the company performs better. The human resources system has to be much more transparent and rational and reasonable. And with such rational policies, female representation will rise. And also, transparent, flexible, and rational as well as flexible working conditions and culture, we can achieve much better. Workers should be able to predict their working hours and also have to be able to adjust them. In such situations, women will suffer less conflict between their work and life and suffer less from discrimination. Also, in companies where employees can predict or adjust their working hours, it was much family friendly, and also it was more likely that women suffer less inequality. Now, let me tell you a little bit more about paternity leave. More male employees should be able to use their paternity leave more freely. And we have the stigmatization when it comes to men using these paternity leave. But then when more and more male employees start to use their paternity leave and be able to help at home when it comes to child rearing, it's definitely gonna improve the empowerment of women economically. In Korean companies, it's not easy for male employees to use their paternity leave, but in companies where it's much easier to use those system, it was shown that the company performs better and also the gender equality is more secured. Now, we need policy support in terms of such systems. Now, that's how I would like to conclude my presentation. But ultimately, I think we have two proposals, actually two goals to achieve. One, the first, responsibilities of child rearing and caretaking should be shared amongst all the agents, and a systemic support for that is needed. The second goal, second proposal would be that the system or the working environment itself should change. It's not that women has to get accustomed or familiarized with the working norms or environments. Well, not only the policies to prevent career interruptions or making the policies right for women would help, but also making the environments much better for everyone would be the very solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. You've covered a comprehensive issue, and at the same time, you've touched upon very important figures and statistics, so it will be of great help. At the same time, you have presented which way for us to go forward down the road, that we have to change our way of work. So that was a very fundamental issue that we had to touch upon. Next, we are going to hear about Norway's case from Matilda Fasting to learn about what we can adopt and apply in Korean
Hello,
society.
my name is Matilda Fasting and I'm working for the Norwegian think tank Civita. This is a recording of my presentation and I hope that you will also have the possibility to see the slides, because I'm looking at my slides and telling you what's on them, and you are seeing the slides and hearing my voice from Oslo. So here we go. Women's participation in economic activities and care, social responsibility of care, overview and policies to prevent career interruption. That is the title that was given to me, and I'm trying to go through that as best as I can from a Norwegian perspective. First of all, I'd like to give you a general overview of fertility, education level, and employment. And as you will see on the second slide, I will also go through the labor market, childcare and gender equality, family and gender equality policies, and I ask the question, more to be done. So if we change to the third slide, I'll show you the fertility rates. And as you can see, they are moving from a quite high level and going slightly down all the way. It seems like the last years it has been a little stop in the falling down, but my perspective is that it's probably going to be even lower. And it's well below the reproduction rate. In 2021, the fertility rate was 1.48. And as we know from year to year, that figure might change, but it's on the downslide. This is, of course, nothing special to Norwegians, because this is the picture that we'll see in most Western countries. And the first-time mother age is also rising, and it's now 29.8 years. And all this, of course, is saying to us that women are going to get fewer and fewer children during their lifetime, because when they wait until they have their first child, the possibility of having a second and a third child is smaller and smaller. If we look at the education level, which is the next slide, you will see here two graphs. One is showing you the men and women and how men have been passed by women quite many years ago. It happened during the 1990s. It means that the education level in Norway is higher for women than for men. And if you see the next graph that I'm showing you, you see the columns men in blue and women in orange. They are also ahead of men in all age brackets. So from 19 years and up to 29 years in higher education, women are ahead of men. And quite substantially, as you can see, the orange columns are much higher than the blue ones, and they are the men. So what does this mean for the employment? We'll go to the next slide. As you can see here, the orange here line is women and the blue is men. And the employment rates, they have been quite stable for men, going slightly down, but quite stable. But as you could see from the 1970s and onwards, for women, it has been rising substantially during the first decades, and then it is now almost the same as men. So both men and women are working in Norway. Employment rates are higher for men, but the difference, as you could see, is small. And between 30 and 55 years, the employment rate is 85% for men and 80% for women. And this is really very high figures. So this does mean that women are participating substantially in the labor market, in the Norwegian labor market. But the next slide will show you that there are differences. Women, as I have put in the headlines there, work in healthcare and in the public sector. And you can see here the figure is showing you the income and high and low. And then the other dimension, the horizontal dimension, is short education and long education. And for most part, women are employed, as we saw on the other graph showing education. They have long education, but they are mostly working in, like for instance, the public sector and in healthcare, and they receive lower pays, of course, because those are lower paid than the private sector. You could also see that there is a difference between private and public sector. Men typically working in the private sector, 77%. 4% part-time also in the private sector, and the part-time work is found mostly in the public sector and especially in healthcare. And so this is a picture that really shows a divided labor market. We'll go into further details of the labor market, and I'm going into looking at employment and working hours among parents. These figures are from 2013, and on this slide you will see mother and fathers. And the mothers, they have an employment share in percentage, as you could see there, quite high for when they have children. So when the child is very small, from 0 to 2 years, their employment share is 81%. And it rises quickly when the child is 3 years old and up to 19 years to 86%. Whereas men, all the way through, even if they have really small children, 0 to 19 years, they stay on 94%. So parents, they work, but as we could see here, the difference between men and women is a bit bigger than the average for everyone. These are, of course, figures for parents. And also, there is a substantial difference between average working hours per week. Women tend to work shorter, like 35.3 hours a week with smaller children, and up to 36.6 hours a week for the bigger children, and up until 19 years old of the child. The children were fathers, they work 42.3 hours, disregarding the age of the children, so it doesn't really matter, they work that average working hours per week anyway. So we have also looked at time spent on different activities for parents with children from 0 to 14 years over time. And this is the next slide, and it shows you the development from about 1970 to 2010. And this grid here shows you the average per day in hours and minutes. And there has been substantial changes almost in every category here from 1970 to 2010. Mothers, they have been substantially increasing their employment. 1 hour, 0.18 minutes, 3.42 in 2010. And this is then very importantly for mothers and fathers with children from 0 to 14 years. They use less time in housework. Women go down from 5 hours to 2 hours in this 40 years time. And for childcare, it rests a little higher. It goes from 1.20, 1 hour 20 minutes, and up to 1.43. So it goes up in 1990, and then it falls down again in 2010. So there's been a rise and then a fall. Whereas the fathers, they use less time at work than they did in 1970, so from 6 hours approximately down to 5 hours. And the housework has increased substantially by half an hour. It's from half an hour only in 1970 and up to 1 hour in 2010 per week. And childcare also has risen substantially from only 20 minutes in 1970 and up to 1 hour in 2010. So all this shows that mothers and fathers are sharing housework and childcare much more equally than they did before, even though women are ahead of men when it comes to childcare and housework. But anyway, we also must know that this is a quite long period. It's about, as I said, 40 years between 1970 and 2010. So these changes are gradual. The next slide will show you how parents evaluate their time used on childcare compared to their partners in 2021. So this is the statistics. They have been asking about this, women and men, and also asked them about what they think about their partner taking part in housework and childcare, mostly childcare here. So as you could see, the blue columns are housekeeping, the green are childcare, and the orange one is home with sick children. And to the left, we have the answers from the men, and to the right, we have the answers from the women. As you could see there, men will say, I do most, 30%, whereas when you ask women, they say, I do most is up to 60%. And if you're asking them about the equal share at home, men will say about 50-50, so that's an quite equal figure. And also going up to childcare, it says 65. So 65% think that they are living in an equal sharing community with their partner when it comes to childcare, and it's even a bit higher on home with sick children. And also, of course, the figures where they answer that the partner do most, they are much higher for men than for women. So when the women are asked, do your partner does he do or she most, they answer very low figures. So this is actually saying that women still think that they do most at home. The equal share is rising, and almost none of the women say that their partners do most. So it's still quite gendered, but more equal than it was before. Then we'll have to look at a problem that comes up when it's about childcare and careers, because as I alluded to on the slide where I showed the working or the labor market and where women and men work, we have a slide here that will give you the main reasons for working part-time. And those are figures and lines going from 2015 and up to 2022. The highest reason, or the most prevalent reason, is, as you could see, two lines. It's the orange and the dark blue. And that is saying that childcare family logistics is quite high. And it's also a line that says, the orange one says, it's difficult to get full-time employment. And that is due to the workings or the structure of the labor market in mostly public sector. As I said, they are working in healthcare and in childcare, and part-time work is it's a usual thing to have in those sectors, and also in trade and shop working. When you're working in magazines and shops, they have a different working hours that makes part-time more prevalent there. So since women are working in those areas, they will answer that the reason that they work part-time is that they cannot have full-time. But it's also childcare and family logistics. You could also see that there is quite a lot of them that answer that they want more leisure. There are some that say that they combine pension and work, that it doesn't include people with small children, of course. There are students and people under education that work part-time. It's a way of financing studies. And some of them also answer, even though that is quite low, you see the yellow line on the bottom there, inconvenient working hours when full-time employment. So it means that you cannot choose exactly when you want to work, and that's why you don't work full time, because it's difficult to get those hours that you'd like. Okay, so the next slide, I have some quotes about the labor market, and I say that even though the gender equality is high, the labor market is gendered in Norway. Women are employed, but work in healthcare and childcare, which in many countries are unpaid work. In Norway, it's paid work. In healthcare, more than 80% of the women is the healthcare employment rate, 80% women. And in childcare, 9 out of 10 are women working in that sector as well. So women are not employed in leading positions in private sector, even if more of them have higher education like law, engineering, economy than men. But men who work full-time share work at home more equally if they live together with a woman who also works full-time. So that is something that says that if they both work full-time, they are also sharing their work more, or their childcare and homework more equally. And then my question is it the horizontally or the vertically gendered labor market, or both, due to the generous family policies? That is a question that you need to pose. We have a slide here that shows, before I go into the family policies, I'm just showing you the slide where people are saying how they are seeing their working situation. And it's called After COVID, Working from Home with Higher Flexibility for Women, ? And this has come up now because COVID is almost finished here in Norway. And during COVID, many people had to work at home because it wasn't allowed to go to work. And as you could see, this slide here it's the same as we had when we placed people in the labor market. So we have the income on the vertical line, and we have the short and long education on the horizontal line. And of course, if you have long education, you could also see that home office possibilities are higher. So high income and long education will normally give you the possibility to work from home. It will give you the possibility of flexi time. It gives you larger control over your work, and very few answer that it's low flexibility. Whereas if you have long education and not so high income, as you remember, this is mostly public sector and many women are working here, you have, they say that they have quite low flexibility, many of them, lesser control over their work, and but they still have the possibility of working flexi time. And the home office has, of course, gone down from 77% in the other bracket down to 53%. Whereas on the left side, you will see that home office possibilities are lower, especially in the short education, low income bracket. And the flexibility of flexi time is also to a lesser extent possible. Control over work in the short education income is not so high, and low flexibility, of course, is really something of a problem there. But as far as we know, and we haven't been looking into these figures very, very carefully, and it's still very early to say, but things are pointing to that if working from home gives women higher flexibility, it will also enhance their career possibilities. The next slide is just to give you a short list of family policies, the most important family policies. We have kindergarten from 12 months to 6 years, and it's full-time, and it doesn't cost too much. We also had generous parental leave, 49 weeks with 100% payment and 59 weeks with 80% payment. We have quotas for fathers. You can share the parental leave between mothers and fathers, and you have a share also that you could use, give them to the father or to the mother, or you could share it. So that has also been in place for many, many years. And universal child benefits are also in place from 0 to 18 years. And generally, we must say that all these things together leaves a picture with very generous family policies. So I'm giving you now equal possibilities, and I'm giving you now my views on what this system means when it comes to the possibility of giving women and men the possibility to work and to look after their children and not being interrupted in their careers. First of all, I don't believe in big changes of fertility rates. If anything, they will remain low. I believe that equality between parents will last throughout life and work. So if they start by, when they become parents, by sharing their work equally and sharing also childcare equally, I believe that that pattern will follow them all through their life. And that means that their working situation also later in life will be more equal. I believe in equal possibilities and rights, but I accept different choices when it comes to childcare, education and work. And by saying that, I also know that you might still have gendered labor markets because women and men tend to choose differently, even though, as we have seen over time, women have chosen to educate themselves more. They have chosen difficult academic educations that normally lays the ground for having big possibilities in the labor market. But so far, as I also said, the private sector lags behind the public sector, and even in the public sector, most women are employed in positions where they don't where they were not managers and where they have shorter working hours and working more part-time. So the next slide, also equal possibilities. I believe in a greater accept for assistance at home. If both parents work or need help with childcare, they should be allowed to have assistance at home, which is not so much the case in Norway. This could ease the phase when the children are small, from 0 to, let's say, 5, 6, 7 years. And it will help both men and women to pursue their careers when they have small children. I believe in flexibility and facilitation in the toddler phase. We know that many working places in Norway have that, so you can go home when your child is sick. You have also flexi hours. That means that you could come early, go late, or the other way around, and you can share it with your partner. So many places that is a possibility. I believe that we have to take into account that childcare is a phase in life, but that there are many other phases in which people can work. And if that really goes in, the possibilities of women doing careers later in life will be bigger. And also with men accepting that they have to stay at home and be a part of the childcare phase also will make them more equal to their partners. So thank you very much for listening to this presentation, and I am looking forward to participating in the debate later on. And if you want to look at what Civita is, you could go to civita.no and have a look. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Well, we have learned some big picture about Norway, and in particular at the end of our presentation, to prevent career interruptions. How should we expand child caring services, or how do we share this child care responsibilities? Well, that was actually an important point we could learn from her presentation. Now let's hear from our panelists. We would like to listen to Professor Ki-Soo-eun, and he will be speaking to us about the corporation's responsibilities. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And you know the French Lagarde, who also came to SNU and to give us the special lecture. And she said, Lagarde said, that she married her husband because she liked her mother-in-law. And the mother-in-law said Actually, looking at the mother-in-law, she was confident that she's gonna help her rear her child, meaning that she found that maybe she can continue her career because the mother-in-law is gonna help. That's why she got married, and then. Well, as we can learn from Lagarde's case, Christine Lagarde's case, French women, where the country is known for its gender equality, and even French women has to consider a lot when they get married because there could be situations where their career can be interrupted. Now in Korea, low fertility issue is a very serious problem. In particular, the total fertility rate, it's even under 1. It's 0.8% and 0.7%. It's the worst case scenario ever. Very unprecedented. And Korea is going through just that. We have to be very alert about this serious situation going on in Korea when it comes to fertility issues. When it comes to the sustainability of the society, it is believed that Korea is not sustainable anymore because of its infertility rate. And how do we resolve this issue? At the center of everything, there is gender inequality. As just mentioned before, we've heard the comparison amongst OECD countries, and that saw that Korean society is suffering great level of gender inequality. So the infertility rate issue also needs to be resolved by going through such resolutions of addressing Korean situation. We have to empower women economically, and to help that, we have to come up with job insecurity, resolve the issue of job insecurity, and also resolve education issues. In fact, we provide enough training and education for women, but still in the labor market, there's discrimination and inequality against women. To harness full talent of female workers, we have to do something about them. For women to be able to work and continue on taking care of their babies at home, we have to do something about that. It's all about life and work balance. We have to run right policies at a right time to help them achieve it. To resolve this inequality and to achieve situations, we have put in place many policies, but still women are suffering from these conflicts between work and life. Even women with one child, they have to make decisions between work or life. Well, they work hard at home, work hard at workplaces, and it's just too much of a burden for these women. Across the world, Korea and Japan see this M-shaped curve when it comes to these rates. Well, it is unprecedented. It's not just about a low economic participation rate of the country. It's actually showing the M-shaped curve. Only Japan and Korea are showing these trends, and Korea is showing even more serious trend. That certainly means that women's having difficulty working, they have obstacles to go back to work after giving birth, and this serious gender inequality issue has to be at the top of our priorities. So empowering women economically is very important, and behind all this, there's work-life balance. We have to achieve just that. We call it 워라밸, work-life balance, and this is something that we ultimately need to achieve gender equality. For the last 2 to 3 years, we suffered the Korea pandemic crisis, and we learned a lot of lessons from it. For the last years, unpaid job and responsibilities of child caring were all burdened by women, and we were actually quiet about this issue, although it has been that way for a long time. But due to the Corona pandemic crisis, we saw how exactly what was a problem that women had to stay at home if they are to take care of their babies or children. They couldn't go to work just simply because the situation didn't allow them to. So when it comes to education, we also need to put in place certain policies to help the situation improve. So there are policies regarding infertility and low birth rate. And we have learned from many advanced countries, and we also did put in place these policies that are good. But then when it comes to implementation of such policies, we are falling really short. We are still depending too much on women, too much on family members when it comes to child rearing. That means that women simply cannot work or realize their full potential at workplaces because they have to take care of their home. Well, in Korea, we have this important pillar, civil society, and also corporations. These corporations are responsible for improving the situation too. They have to make sure that their female employees can achieve work-life balance. These companies have to put in place their own programs and policies to support women to realize their full potential. And also, women in every sector, they should be able to achieve work-life balance. And that's something that we need to prioritize before we even talk about gender equality. Women should be able to continue their career. And now that's going to be the very foundation of economic growth and the very foundation of mitigating gender inequality in Korea. That's why I think it is important that corporations need to change first. Now, let me give you one exemplary case. Well, there's this company called Company P. It's a global company in steel industry. This company had a very good life cycle childbirth and child care support system. And this goes through every life cycle stages. So for employees that are at the stages before marriage, pregnancy, or during childbirth and child rearing, all throughout this life cycle, female employees at this company P didn't suffer much. In particular, during the corona pandemic crisis, they could utilize these policies very well so that they could work at home and also they could continue on with their work as well as child rearing. And that's how one example of utilizing full support system of corporations can help women achieve work and life balance. In every society, of course, here in Korea as well, it's actually difficult to use paternity or maternity leave. But this company P helped women and men in the company to utilize this leave system better. In particular, they have this reduced working hour system for child rearing, and that's one example that other companies can learn from this company P. They could choose between full day or half day work at home. And this system actually differs per ages of their children. For example, it's hard to real children of every age, but in particular, children under the age of 8 or those who are under the second grade of elementary school, it's really hard to take care of them because they're still getting accustomed to elementary school. It's important to help them get familiar with the school. And then mothers and fathers need some time to help their children. That's how this targeted leave system or work at home system worked in this company P. Well, employees, mothers and fathers at company P could continue on their career development and child rearing at the same time thanks to such system in place. Now, to empower women economically, we have to address the issue of caretaking and work-life balance. not only the government, but academia, civil society, and everyone at stake has to come together to achieve this issue of infertility rate, this low birth rate. And now we have to make everyone responsible for this. Even the corporations have to come first. And that's why I'm giving you this example of Company P. Employees at Company P, the exemplary company, had high level of trust and self-fulfillment and satisfaction towards their company, which was hard to see in other companies' cases. The corporate culture of Company P was different. They focused more on the well-being of their employees, and that's exactly shown by the company morale. The employees at the company loved their company, and that's how we can achieve sustainability, not in the corporation, but in the society, finally helping to resolve the female inequality or gender inequality. And to do all that, education and work issues, education and job security issue matter. Discrimination and gender inequality as well as female career interruption, all these problems still persist in Korea. Now we have high potential of female workers. We need to fully harness that. Not only the government, academia, corporations, civil society, all have to join forces now. Thank you.
Thank you. Not just the keynote proposal, Professor Eun Gi-soo is going to talk about the actual inequality and discrimination at the place of work and how it's affecting female career break or interruption. So he said that we need to look into that area as well. And of course, we have looked into it for the time so far up until now, but we still need to have a lot more discussion about this. That's why we talked about it. The second discussion is from Professor Yang Yi-seung. Hello, I'm Yang Yi-seung, the professor of economics at Yonsei University. Thank you for inviting me to this forum. I've been inspired by all the three speakers before me. I will begin with this graph. I think you would all be familiar with this. Female labor force participation rate or married women's labor participation rate and the correlations of that to the total fertility rate. With women taking part in market of labor force, the fertility rate goes down. That is the same for the dual income household as well. As women take part in the economic activities, the fertility rate goes down to 0.8%. So then that reverse trend, is that a normal and okay thing? Well, recently, a report shows that the reverse correlation was observed in 1980s. The one on the left, with higher fertility, women's participation rate went down. But for the right side, in 2000, women's with the LFPR going up, the fertility rate also went up. And there's lots of factors behind it, but mostly it comes from the husband's participation in household work and the childcare. As father takes part in childcare and housework, the fertility rate goes up. That was observed in many advanced countries, including America and Norway. 35 to 40% are taken up by husbands at home of the housework and the childcare. But in case of Korea, according to a recent survey by Yonsei University and Yongwon Research Center, these are the age groups that do most of the child cares, and the child care burden of men are only less than half of that of women. Childcare is less than an hour, and that's less than a half for that of women. By country, you can see USA, Spain, or other European countries. Korea, the man's participation in childcare is very low regardless of man's education level. And I believe that is one of the stumbling blocks and what's causing the reverse relations between the fertility rate and labor force participation. Another survey done by the Ministry of Family, Gender Equality and Family. This report was released in 2021, and a similar pattern is observed here. The share of household work and the childcare that they're going to do it half and half are very minimal. In most cases, most of the moms, the female, are taking up all the responsibility. And this has exacerbated due to COVID-19 because kids had to stay at home and they needed more care from their child caregiver, and that burden was solely levied on women. So the surveys say that still female are providing more childcare and taking on more burden during the COVID-19 as well. This is another survey done by the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family about gender equality status. From 2016 to 2021, the perception or the social norm or perception about the childcare have become more equal. However, still, the men's participation in those works are still stagnant. In a nutshell, the reasons for the low female economic participation is, as you would already know, due to the child career, due to childbirth and child caring. And the high wage gap. Korea is the only country that shows bigger than 35% of wage gap between men and women, and there's discrimination in promotion and role and responsibility. And the social perception and consensus about female economic participation, labor force participation. And fourth one is that the men are taking too little burden of the family care, child care, and housework. And we should also look back on our policies regarding these matters. According to economists, still, as I mentioned, there's a negative correlations, and there are four reasons behind it. First one is, as was mentioned by the other two professors, we need flexible labor market, and men have to take part in the childcare. And as was shown in the other graphs, the childcare and household participation, work participation by men are more than 35% in America and Norway, and they have much favorable attitude towards women's labor force participation. And as was mentioned by Professor Fasting, the economist Fasting, in Norway they have a 49 weeks and almost a year of paid leave for maternity or paternity leave, and they pay about roughly $30,000 per child for raising them. So these kinds of positive and favorable family policies are very helpful. This is a case of America that does not have a good child care policies, but still they spend a lot of money compared to their GDP. The child support subsidies go up, and with that money subsidy going up, female labor force participation also goes up. But when we look at Korea, female participation has been incrementally and gradually going up. The men's household burden sharing is still very minimal. And that is very negative impact on female labor force participation. And the government is working harder. And since 2013, we are providing universal subsidy, and parental wages will be provided from 2023. But still, the perception about female labor force participation is not so good. And I think this slide is something that was already mentioned by two professors. We the men should take up higher burden, and we should provide childcare services where in most cases when childcare services, because such as emergency childcare services or taking the child to the hospital services, because it's mostly mom who have to take a leave for that kind of emergencies. And also the age or stage of child, depending on the stage of child's growth, we should provide different support and assistance. And the male paternity leave also should be expanded, and they should not be discriminated against after taking that kind of leave. And the support for childcare should be expanded as well, as mentioned by Professor and the IMF Deputy Director Christine Lagarde. The allowance for child care, whether it's by the nannies or babysitters, we should support that, and also provide subsidies for parents taking a parental leave. As was mentioned by a professor, it's really hard for women to take out the paternity leave, parental leave, for companies with less than 100 people, workers, employees. The labor market should be flexible, and there should be more part-time jobs. Harvard professor Claudia mentioned that for professionals without a flexible work hours, the women's advancement in the sector can also be hindered. And also, job-seeking subsidies should be provided for women experiencing career break.
Thank you so much. All these various points were proposed by our discussant. And as a moderator, actually, I would like to touch upon more specific points, because the theme of today's forum is women's economic empowerment and sustainable society. We have discussed the childbirth and child rearing of women very actively, because that actually is the issue. But we would like to take a more multifaceted perspective towards the issue. To improve both the quantity and quality of women's economic participation, we need to address different aspects, from the aspect of family, from the aspect of workplaces and policies. And regarding what we touched upon during the presentations and the discussion, could you go first, Professor Kim? I wouldn't call it a comment, but to tell you a little bit more about what I just presented. Actually, two of the following speakers gave more details about the issue. And the researcher in Norway, of course, we didn't have pre-talk before this, but we had common indices and common themes we touched upon. And many of these ideas our fasting professor has given were really common with what I thought. And also, thank you very much for the empathy from our two following discussions as well. And I think it was very positive that we all share the same ideas. Actually, Professor Un said participation of corporation, private sector is important. Company P is showing very good examples. But, well, Company P is a big one. It's got room for such fancy policies, but it's not the case for all the smaller companies. It was fortunate for employees at Company P to be able to join such system, but we need more to do to help employees at smaller companies. So it should be the government or the public agencies that can support smaller companies to implement such policies. In case of Norway, for example, from the examples of other countries, we can learn to see what should be shared by the private or the public sectors. What responsibilities should the public or the private sector have to burden? Any other comment, Professor?
제 발표에서도 기업의 역할이 중요하다고 말씀드렸는데
Yes, I've mentioned about the importance of role of companies, but there are many refutes about that. Well, company is a organization that seeks profit, so the childcare support is actually a spending rather than a profit. So the company should nature does not go in line with that. And the second rebut point would be that the Korean companies, if they in whether they have the room or financial ability to spend on that kind of area. And those two are both valid. But regarding the first question, for the survivor and growth of companies down the road, they have to secure the manpower, a diverse pool of manpower, but already due to low fertility rate of Korea, that is already in danger. The possibility is very minimal. Whereas Korean women are highly educated and highly capable, they cannot provide their ability and contribute to the society properly. So just spending money on that front is not only about welfare, it is for a very imperative to secure and maintain the manpower. So it's an investment rather than an expenditure. And of course, about the second point, there are companies that cannot afford it, but one of the biggest issue or solution to help with that issue is to provide support for childcare and give subsidies. But when the government spends that spending on these subsidies, the companies, along with the government, if they spend their budget on there, then the government can give in return the company the tax break or find any other way to remunerate the company for that kind of efforts. So this just spending the money will not be solely the burden will not solely fall upon the companies. It will be held together. The responsibility will be held together by the government and the society as a whole. So I hope we pull our wisdom together to go forward a brighter future.
Professor Yang, any comment?
저는 그 출산율에 조금
I would like to focus more on fertility rate.
제가 출산율이 0.8까지 떨어져서
So Korea's fertility rate dropped to
이게 저는 뭐 어떤
0.8%. It's not just a responsibility of an individual or a corporation or a single agent. I believe that it's a social problem. Young women and men of Korea believed that it is a good thing to bring a child. Happiness can come from child rearing. It's the traditional belief. But today, self-fulfillment matters more. Young women and men of Korea actually believe that pursuing self-fulfillment is a happier way to lead life. And now we have to make it safer and happier for these young people to rear a child. and
올라간 건 없거든요. 그래서
nothing has improved, even though there were lots of policies and investments made to improve the situation. We learned from many cases from across the world, but actually situations vary from country to country. Korea has its own spirit, or Korea has its own culture, and it's different. What the people think here is different, so we need more Korea-tailored situation or Korea-tailored solutions to achieve better fertility rate. So if there's anything to help Korea-specific situations to improve, we can improve, well, the gender equality issue.
Thank you. Whether the government investment and spending is actually making effect is we need to look into it, but there is not much measurements or systems to check upon that. So that was a good point. And the investment or spending on this front should be growing, and it has been growing, but we should also make the public know what kind of benefit it has actually rendered. And due to time limits, we would like to continue have a further discussion, but because there are many questions left online, we have 12 questions online. Even though we just blocked the questions in the midst, so we cannot answer all those questions, but I will give each of the speakers one question each, and then you may conclude with the answers. So let's begin. Start with Professor Yang Hee-seung. The question goes, female economic participation and childcare are being discussed at the same time, but that itself, I believe, is gender discrimination. If we continue to have this discourse in this manner, then it will rather emphasize that women are doing both. Women have to do both of the work. So we need another approach on this front. And the second question towards Professor Eun Gi-soo is that I believe this is a very pertinent question. This was a long question, but if I am to put in a nutshell, there are many policies, and it appears to have a gender neutrality, but the building and the foundation of the company itself is made to be more favorable to men. The timeline and the place is actually geared towards and oriented towards men who can devote their 100% of the time. So in the HR and many other aspects of companies, it can implicitly be discriminative towards women. So what can be done about changing this structure? And lastly, this is a little more comprehensive question. Professor Kim Soo-han, female participation in economic activities, we have seen the Norway's case. And in applying that global cases to Korea, is there any points that we need to reflect upon or consider? Norwegian government has seen a lot of progress, but as was mentioned by Professor Yang, we cannot apply that as a whole and as it is, but still there will be some good insights that we can learn from. So shall we take turn from Professor Yang Hee-seung?
질문 굉장히 좋은.
Thank you for the wonderful question.
여성의 노동 공급이 반드시 늘어야 된다고 저는 생각하지 않습니다.
I don't believe that women's female
여성의 교육
labor supply should be expanded. Well, self-fulfillment is just actually providing labor force by women is just one way to fulfill themselves. That's why I believe that policies of government, for example, there were actually support, financial support for child care centers only when the child is actually attending these child care centers. But the grant was expanded towards the cases where the child doesn't actually go to these centers but home cared or homeschooled. So that's the right direction the government is going towards, I believe.
네, 계속하시죠.
저에게 그 질문하신 내용 굉장히 중요한데요.
Yes, that was a very pertinent question.
들어서 말씀을 드렸는데 이러한 정책들이
So I gave you an example of Company P. These policies weren't necessarily gender neutral, but it was rather gender specific, you could think. So it could be a women targeted policy, you can think. But the exemplary case of Company P, I wouldn't say that these policies were particularly for women. It was for both men and women. It was about their life cycle, the life cycle of all employees at the company. So those employees who actually utilize these policies or programs, they weren't disadvantaged. They didn't go suffer any disadvantage towards them just by using these policies. It means that, when we ask these female and male employees of the companies, they said they were very satisfied. And they said, actually, they had this gender bias themselves, that female had to be more responsible for childcare. It was unexpected that I could hear such opinions from this company, which is a global company. The company P had these great policies in place, but it is important that the employees use these policies. Although it is made clear that the company wouldn't apply any disadvantages towards those who are utilizing these policies, still the employees themselves felt some kind of bias. They were biased. They had this traditional norm, which was wrong, that the women should be more responsible for housework or childcare. So no matter what good policies are in place for employees at work, the Korean traditional bias or the misconceptions or the norms or cultures that are actually to bring about more gender inequality, they need to change first.
Yes, their organizational culture's importance was emphasized again. Professor Kim Jong-suk, it's your turn. Yes, thank you for the important question. For a long time, Korea has been trying to benchmark the countries like Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, but there's still difficulties in narrowing the gap. But what we can think about is that those countries also, national policies, the government policies play an important role. When we visit Finland or Norway as a field study, even the drivers, they don't drive for longer than 6 hours or a certain number of hours, and the supermarkets close a certain hour. That kind of social consensus and regulation is in place to help promote people taking care of household issues together. But for the Baltic countries as well, they have Norway, Denmark, and Sweden are located adjacent to each other, but so they can learn from each other. But surround the countries surrounding Korea is actually China and Japan, who are working long hours and do not really promote that kind of policies. So there is a little bit of limitation, and I feel pity that there is where we are. But for the companies, how can the CEOs or governments be aware of the severity of this issue and also finding policies? I think we can come up with our own solutions. Yes, I believe we should become the good neighbor first.
너무 중요한 이야기들이 많이 나왔습니다. 일단은
So many important points were addressed today.
돌봄은 시간 싸움이죠.
It's all about time, actually. Childcare is all about time. For life and work balance, we need to have better consumption of time. Government, corporations, and home. Well, time is an important issue to be addressed everywhere. I think we need to have a discussion over time if we are to bring up the status of women and to come closer to gender equality. Well, we had a different format during the sessions, and it was very meaningful. So what we discussed was that gender equality is not only about women, it's about everyone. And also, every stakeholder has to come together to achieve that. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Cha In-soon, and the speakers and panels. Thank you.
돌봄의 사회적 책임과
The social responsibility of childcare, in regards to that, there were cultural difference, but we were able to look into the case of Norway, so it was very meaningful. As was mentioned, we are pulling our hands together and wisdom together, but it's really hard to strike the right balance of work and home for individuals. And we have a long way to go, but since that we are here together, and we have been and we will continue to work on this front, and the figures will
두 번째 세션은
become better along with our efforts. This concludes session 2. We are going to have a break.
점심 맛있게 드시고
After having lunch, we will get back together and resume our discussion and improvement of women's engagement in advanced sectors such as science and technology. And let's get back together and resume at 1:30 the
오도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Korea Gender Equality Forum. Thank you.
2022 대한민국
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to 2022
이
KGEF.
양성평등을 향한 다양한
Women's
도전
economic
가운데
empowerment for
논의를
sustainable
이어가고
society
있는데요.
is the
대상이
theme, and we have been discussing many aspects
디지털 전환이
for or
가속화되면서
of gender
성별, 세대,
equality.
계층 간
So
디지털
we're
격차가
we're going through digitization, and there's gap regarding that as well. We need to close these gap and also have to nurture and foster new talent that's just right for this new era. And in that field, STEM field, that's what's exactly going on. And to harness women talent in this field as well, what should we do? That will be the very theme of the third session, improvement of women's engagement in advanced sectors such as science and technology, including digital innovations. The moderator for the session is Professor Shin Yong-hyun of Yonsei University. Let's turn it over to her. Nice to meet you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm distinguished Professor Shin Yong-hyun of Yonsei University. Well, first of all, let me congratulate you on the successful holding of KGEF 2022. It's my great honor to be the moderator for the third session. The theme of the session, improvement of women's engagement in advanced sectors such as IT and digital innovations, will be discussing in particular about this industry. Well, we have allocated this session to that field, science and technology, as well as innovations, and that there's reason for it. Because we're living in the digital era, everything's now digitizing, and the strong power of female talent in this field can work very well. Now, in this new era, we are seeing this transformation happening in every aspect, but in particular in the STEM field, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics field. The experiences or education gap still persists. And if that is the case, well, that's even going to widen people's gap in the fourth industrial era. So women shouldn't be left out. Until now, it has been the case, but going forward, women have to be participating in this aspect or industry even more actively. They have to advance further into STEM area, and that can contribute to not only the national development, but the development of the globe in a big picture. If women to be closing the gap in this area, it's going to help everyone. And that's actually held as an important factor in the agenda of various international organizations. We'll be discussing that here for the third session. Let me first introduce to you our speakers and discussants. First presentation will be delivered by President Min Byung-ju of Korea Institute for Advancement of Technology. She's actually a female scientist who has majored in nuclear power. Now let me turn it over to her. After that presentation, Dr. Alexandra Kolegia, head of the Science and Technology Policy Division at OECD, will be giving her presentation, and discussants will be introduced later. Now, shall we start? Yes.
Hello, I'm Min Byung-ju, the president of the Korea Institute for Advancement of Technology. I'd like to thank Professor Shin Yong-han for introducing me. The topic of the day, as was mentioned, is the improvement of women's engagement in advanced sectors such as science and technology. So I'm going to talk about with the focus on the promising industry, including the science and technology, what's the status of the female engineers and scientists, and I'll make proposals. Through this presentation, the importance of female scientists and engineers are growing, and I'm going to touch upon the progress that we have made and where they are standing. And lastly, I'm going to talk about the proposals and recommendations to increase the number of female scientists in the promising new sectors. First of all, I'd like to talk about the status of the female scientists and engineers. As of 2021, there was a study on the manpower supply status. As you can see from the graphs and the table, for the past 5 years, the overall manpower in the science and technology were like this captured in the table. For that of women, on the table on the left side, for 2017, roughly, there was 1.6 million people, and it went up to 1.65 million. That was an average increase of 2.2%. And the female scientists and engineers grew by 2.2% on average from 2017 to 2022. And females are taking a bigger share and growing share in the science and technology fields. Now let's look at the status of the female scientists and engineers by sector. The share women are taking in this sector as of 2021 is 13.9%. The 12 major industries are exhibiting some of the 12 sectors are exhibiting high number of women, which namely semiconductor, biohealth, fabric, and IT business in that order. The lower shares are being taken by women by the steel, shipbuilding, and automotive. This slide highlights more about the gap of female talent in the manufacturing sector and manufacturing-related services sector. For the manufacturing-related services sector, female talents are taking up higher proportion. That can be shown from the left side of the graph, and on the right side, you can see that on average, a year for the past 5 years, average of 7.5% increase were exhibited. So that 7.5% might not seem significant at the look of it, but this is a significant difference and increase. So we can see that females are taking a bigger and bigger share in the manufacturing services sector that adds more value to the manufacturing sector. Once again, we're going to have a deep dive into the 12 major industries and how the female share in those sectors have changed. For the past 5 years, the women in those 12 sectors have shown the biggest increase in steel, semiconductor, automotive, chemical, and biohealth. From the left ones, the very left ones, to the right ones, and the ones that have seen some reduction in the number of female share was exhibited in electronics, machineries, and display. And what you need to pay attention to is that female engineers and scientists are growing and have been growing in major and high-tech sectors like biohealth, IT, and software. Next, we're going to talk about the changes in the females' proportion by careers or career types. It's categorized into 4, and that categorization follows the statistics agency, Korea Statistics Agency's 7th categorization of the careers. The very far left one represents the managers, and the technicians means the technicians or those who have graduate or master's degrees. The technicians are about machinery technicians, and the assembly career means assembling. And as you can see from the left side, women are taking a bigger share in the professionals and the assembly careers. And if you look at the right graph, although it is by the absolute number, the number of people in these two sectors are not so significant, but it's actually a significant and meaningful growth in the sector of managers. So the women have grown in the managerial positions by 54.6%. That is a whopping increase. That was also captured in female scientists and engineers report done by the KGEF. Now, the status and changes of female technicians, scientists, and engineers by age. As you can see, women in their 20s and 30s are taking a bigger portion. And on the right side of the graph, you can see that for the past 5 years, for the increased gap were the biggest for the women in 40s and 50s. That signifies that 40th and 50th women are making their firm hold on the labor market, but at the same time, it also signifies that women who had to have a break from their career are coming back to the workforce. Next, the status by the educational level. As of 2021, people with high school diploma are the biggest, but for the past 5 years, if you see the changes in the graph, then you will see that 12.3% increase has occurred in those who are advancing into graduate school and above. And that has something to do with, I believe, having a lot more women in the managerial positions, and especially those women with master's degrees and PhD are going to help and grow in line with the growing demand for the high-tech sectors that we have touched upon before. Next is the status by the size of the company. As you can see from the graphs, for small companies, there's approximately 70% of women are flocking there. But for the past 5 years, if you see the right side graph, the changes, then the small-sized companies are seeing 3.7% of annual growth, but for mid to large or large companies are seeing a slight reduction in the number of female engineers and scientists. So that means the large companies and small, mid to large companies, sized companies need to see some or need to be on the receiving end of policies helping them to recruit more female. Next, we're going to look into the policies and the achievements that we made through those policies. As you would already know, in 2019, the fourth base plan for nurturing, supporting women in science and technology was established. There are 4 big categories accompanied by the 10 key tasks. This topic was to promote the quality of female workers and the number of jobs. And that was done by the government as a whole. And if we go deeper into them, then we are providing more STEM education for female students and trying to provide more education targeted towards those STEM and new industries that are promising. And second, global capability enhancement and scientific innovation for female scientists. The government they are promoting female researchers to take more part in the government-led R&D activities. Also, through more networking and communications or global seminars, we are trying to connect more female scientists across the world. And third, for career growth and bridging the females to grow, advancing into higher level, we are trying to diversify the women's career path, and trying to strike and provide a better balance of work and home. Also providing bridge for female leaders to advance into higher level. And for the gender innovation, the government is trying to promulgate promote the awareness and research on the creative gender innovation, and lots of legislations to back it up. So when we look at those 4 strategies and 10 backup tasks, they all have targets, and they have been used as a metrics for the 4th base plan, which includes the number of female students advancing into science and technology. And the target is to achieve like 70% by 2027. But as of now, the female students going into science major will stand still at 24% roughly. And although it's as of 2019, the employment rate of women in science and technology stands only at 63%. So to achieve the goal we have set under the plan, we need to expand the support and subsidy that are directed to them, and also we need to make them more concrete and flexible. So we have looked into the status and the government policies and targets. And by looking at the statistics, we've seen by the categories of age, company size, and education level, we have seen the status and the changes in the number of female workers in science and technology. And based on the analysis, I'm going to make proposals to increase the number of women going into these promising new sectors. There are 2 of them, but before I go into it, we have looked into the changes and drivers for the technology, market, industry, and societies, and we came up with the 10 promising new markets. And it is to respond to the social and environmental challenges, as well as meeting the government's needs and targets, and accelerate the growth. And on top of it, the integration and comprehensiveness, we will take into consideration ESG so that the businesses can grow in a sustainable way. So the 10 areas of promise includes electronic hydrogen mobility charging, and there are 5 of them on this slide and another 5 on the next slide. For each of the businesses, please refer to my presentation. And the characteristics of these 10 promising industries are very converging and integrating by nature. And as you saw from the statistics, the data on female workers in science and technology is very well captured in this table here. You can connect all those 10 promising industries to the manufacturing and services. And though please pay attention to the red highlighted ones. By semiconductor, biohealth, and all these high tech, female workers can take a great role. And in chemicals and software, women can play a bigger role going down the road. So all in all, we believe that there are two things need to be done to promote female workers to go into here. The first one is the selecting and expanding the gender-sensitive budget to the R&D and businesses that are seemingly promising. And as you already know, the quota, the female quota in the company are evaluated for the quota, some of the companies that are in this area. So it is a surefire way to encourage the business owners or leaders to recruit more female. And that's the same for the services sector. And second, in science and tech, we need to enhance the job stability by retraining and re-educating the women in this field. As we saw in the statistics, the women in their 40th and 50th has shown a lot of growth in this field. So this shows that we need to provide those women and equip them with new technologies. And considering the proportion of women in the managerial positions in the field, we also need to expand the leadership educational trainings for those women. So the promising fields with higher proportion of women should be selected as a gender-sensitive sector, and the policy should be geared towards it and promote it and help them, encourage them to go towards that direction. And if we give women more retraining or for that sector and give them more stable jobs, then more and more women will be induced to come into this field. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, President Min Byung-ju. So, the rate of women participating in the STEM field was covered by her in her presentation, and what efforts being made by the presentation, and what's not shortcoming, and all these were covered as well as her proposals to achieve them. It was a very useful and fruitful presentation. That's how it looks like in Korea. But in case of female participation in STEM field, it's something that everyone around the world is taking interest in. Now we would like to see what a global trend looks like now. And to learn about that, let me introduce to you something. In 2025, the UN actually has already designated this day for scientists and engineers. And when they came up with it, for sustainable development, we need to achieve gender equality. And that's what the international society takes great interest in. And that's going to help female scientists work more actively in the field. That was actually the very goal of designating the day. In particular, in the STEM field, increasing the participation of female scientists is very important. Now, UN is taking a step to do something about that. It means that globally, even globally, gender inequality persists in the STEM field. Now, the next presentation will be covering something related to that. Dr. Alexandra Kolekia, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing her name properly. Alexandra Kolekia, OECD Directorate for Science, will be giving the next presentation.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here at the Korea Gender Equality Forum. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Alessandra Kolekia. I'm the head for Science and Technology Policy at the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development based in Paris. So unfortunately, I cannot be with you live today, but I prepared a few remarks that I hope will be useful background for the forum itself. Let me start with the talk, Closing Gender Gaps in Science, Technology and Innovation. Let me start with identifying the problem. Gender inclusion is an issue of great importance for our economies. Globally, female labor participation rate for women is 26% less than for men. And gender gaps really present themselves in most sectors of economy, and gender biases enter in our everyday life. And you can see some example here in this slide on the right-hand side on the top. When you enter buildings, the issue is that the architects and designers are male, and they have men in mind when they design buildings. Or even when we drive cars, where gender bias is really a road safety concern, with female drivers more likely to be seriously injured and more likely to be killed in a crash than men. And this is mostly due to gender bias in designing vehicles. The fact is that men and women have different distribution of muscle mass, bone density, vertebrae spacing. And even when they do crash test dummies, they base themselves most of the time on male dummies. So you have gender bias also in apps, on devices, and even in finance. And some of you might remember the launch of the Apple Card in August 2019, which was investigated after gender discrimination complaints, because apparently the underlying algorithm was offering smaller credit lines to women than men. When you go to healthcare, the situation is even worse, because most of the studies apply to men. This is largely owing to misplaced worries that women hormonal fluctuation can confound results. And this is also the reason why male mice are used most commonly in experiments. So even the studies that are more carefully designed, they're rarely disaggregated by sex. So we simply know less about how drugs affect women. But this doesn't need to be this way, and technology itself can be part of the solution. For example, in the case of artificial intelligence, that may introduce biases itself, but in this case, the case of Regina Barzilay, MIT professor of AI, it was very useful because Professor Barzilay was fighting breast cancer herself, but she developed an AI system that could predict accurately breast cancer in a better way than what it was possible before. So I will organize my presentation, giving you first some stylized paths based on OECD data. I will go to the roots of the problem, some of the outcomes, and I will end with what can be done. I'll start with R&D statistics we have at the OECD, and we can see that the women comprise just over 1/3 of all researchers in OECD countries. Of course, this varies across countries. You can see on the left-hand side, in Latvia, there is almost gender parity in research. And on the right-hand side, you have the countries that are lagging a bit behind, including Korea. We have data and experimental data based on the OECD International Survey of Science which tells us that women are really underrepresented among lead authors of scientific publications. 25% of those are women, the red bar. And this is really different according to the scientific disciplines. So we have 45%, almost gender parity in social science and psychology, but very little women participation as scientific author when it comes to physics and astronomy on the right-hand side. If we use patent statistics, the situation is even worse, with only women accounting for 10% of total inventors across countries. And when we go to the internet use, which basically is the basis for participating in the digital transformation, you still see some disparities. You see gender parity for the countries in the middle of the graph, but you see disparity in internet use between men and women for the countries on the right-hand side of the graph, including Korea in the red box. And when you go to digital skills, then you see with the statistics that even at a young age, we're talking here about programming skills, this gap is there. The women are on the left-hand side, the women are in the dot, and the men are in the diamonds. So across countries, there is this disparity, even at a young age for coders between 16 and 24 years old. And if you go to the right-hand side, you see some experimental metrics based on R package authors. And R is a software that is commonly used to do big data analysis. And you can see that the teams of software developers are mostly men. And this can introduce bias. If you think about the importance of big data analytics nowadays, or artificial intelligence, the fact that there is no diversity in the teams of software developers can introduce biases in the analysis itself. These discrepancies and these gender biases and really carry over when men and women are adult and go in the labor force, and you see that women perform jobs that have a lower ICT task intensity across countries. So whether you look at the researchers, or you look at scientific coders, or you look at coders, or you look at the inventors, these gender imbalances are striking and persist. And this is even greater when you go to entrepreneurship. Men are nearly 2 times more likely to be self-employed and 3 times more likely than women to own a business. And 90% of innovative startups who are looking for venture capital investments have been funded by men. And even if women own startups, they are likely to get 23% less of funding and 30% less of positive exit. So let's go to the roots of the problem. Again, looking at statistics and girls and boys in science at school through our PISA survey at the OECD. So these are surveys for boys and girls of 15 years of age. And you don't see differences. You know, girls do just as well as boys in science at school. Actually, now the girls are the ones in the diamonds. In many countries, they're even performing better than boys when they are 15. But then when they grow older and you look at what they choose in terms of scientific fields, you see that less than 25% of those who choose ICT degrees are women. So that's an average across the OECD. And then you see for Korea on the right-hand side, this is about 20% of women choosing ICT degrees at the doctoral level. So what's happening there? If you ask a 5-year-old to draw a scientist, roughly half of the drawings will feature a woman. if you ask the same kids when they're 10 years old, 25% of them will draw a scientist as a woman. And that percent goes down as their age increases. So what's happening is that we live in a world and in a culture where there are stereotypes. And this is reinforced by communication, by social media. Here on the right-hand side, you have a Google search for CEO of companies. And 2/3 of the times, what you get as top searches are pictures of men. These stereotypes are hard to get rid of. Even simple policy intervention are not robust to these stereotypes that are embedded in our cultures and societies. In terms of outcomes, again, some data to show you that when it comes to women scientists, their employment contracts are less secure. So the women are in the red bar. They have more fixed terms contracts, so they're less employed as permanent employees. And in terms of wages, it's even more striking. There are differences between women and men scientists. On average, women earn 5 to 6% less than men, but this is on average. And really, there is no reason for this to be the case, because if we control also for the research output quality, we're talking here about researchers that really have the same quality of research, yet there are these differences. And this is across all disciplines. But when it comes to, for example, engineering and computer science, the wage difference between a woman and a man goes up to 27%. When you go to management type of work, 15%. This is not justifiable. So what can be done? We have a repository at the OECD, which is called the STEEP Compass. So it's a big knowledge infrastructure that gathers together more than 6,000 policies in the area of science, technology, and innovation. And so we also have a picture of what's happening on SDI policies and gender. So there are quite a lot of countries, like 90 countries, 19 initiatives that are about funding for supporting women in science and technology and so on, and other many initiatives. But what we see is that these are really fragmented initiatives. They are taken by ministries or other institutions, but not in a coordinated way. So what can be done? At the OECD, we have a repository of policies in science, technology, innovation, over 6,000 policies across almost 60 countries. And we can actually look at policies of science, technology, innovation policies that support gender. So we see what countries are doing in terms of funding initiatives, in terms of communications, etc. But what we see is also that all these initiatives are really fragmented. All these institutions, ministries, organizations act independently, and there is really little coordination between education, science, and innovation actors. So this graph up here, which is a bit small, I hope you can see it, is showing that it's not just a question in terms of policy, it's not just a question of supporting individual women scientists to go from secondary and tertiary education and then on to research careers through PhD and postdocs. It's not just that. It is important to have a strategic and systemic approach to gender issue in science and technology via a coordinating action across different actors, governments, research funders, academic, public research organizations, educational institutions, and so on. So there are some positive feedback loops that can help to act against these gender biases. For example, You see it under number 1 in green. You can have things like portion of women. When you have more women as in senior position, when you give more visibility of women in research, that can counteract some of the gender bias. Or number 2, there is an issue of the careers of researchers, women, is that they need to go out of the market. So if you track the talents going out of the market, because, for example, they need to go maternity leave, you track them and then you help them coming back into the market, what they call rotating doors policies. Again, this is very helpful and it's a positive feedback loop. And this can be done, for example, making mandatory paternity leaves or other ways of easing the situation of women in the workplace. Same thing under number 3. A lot of women do more caring than men. They care about the children. They care about the elderly. So having policies in place that can lighten those care responsibilities really help. So again, the main message here is not to just do simple policies like funding or other initiatives that are fragmented, but try to act from a strategic and systemic viewpoint. My last point is concerns the evidence that we have to be able to do policy making in this area. It's really important, and that's what we do here at the OECD. It's important to mainstream gender in all our statistics for science, technology, and innovation. It's important to be creative and use experimental tools to track the condition of women in science, technology, and innovation. And not just quantitative indicators, but it's important to monitor policies, because it's only by sharing and learning from best practices that countries can advance together. So you have there some examples how we are doing it on the right-hand side, some of our initiatives, the SDI scoreboard, the OECD Going Digital Toolkit, our survey of researchers that can break down gender, and so on. I will stop here. At the end, we will have some of our links and resources that could be useful read for all. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very productive discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Alexandria Kalecha. As you saw from the presentation, across the world, the gender equality in the science and technology fields are very far-fetching dream. And another thing that we need to pay attention to is that when we looked at the gap, Korea is one of the lower tier countries. Now we will move on to the discussion part of today's forum. And before we do that, I'm going to introduce our discussant, the Korea HR lead, Min Hae-kyung, and she has been working on organizational culture and HR in general. And the speaker next to her is Ms. Kim Bore, the senior researcher at the Women Economical Research Institute. She was part of the government National Assembly's legislative team, and now she is working on the statistics for female-related fields. We will hear from the two discussants, and then the four of us will have a discussion together. And after that, if you send the questions that you have on the website, then we are going to answer that. So first, let me introduce Hae-kyung-min, the HR head from Google Korea. Hello, I'm Google Korea's Korea HR lead, Min Hae-kyung. Nice to meet you. Today I'm going to talk about diversity. I'm going to roughly talk about 3 points. First is that what we need to do to encourage more women to work in the science and technology, and the starting point would be to share the data in a transparent manner and share the data together. Also, keep on working without disruption on the issues. We have talked about data from the previous sessions, but in terms of diversity, the companies feel reluctant to share their diversity data. In terms of Google, from 2014, we have published a diversity report. And so that shows the gender breakdown or racial breakdown in the company as a whole and the managerial positions. And that was disclosed internally and to the outside as well. The figures were not so what we can be proud of, but by just disclosing it, that reaffirmed our commitment to improve upon that. And on a yearly basis, we disclose it, and on a open forum, we can discuss it. And we were making measures to work upon it and improve it better. And last May, we've published the fifth of that diversity report, and the progress is not to the level of our satisfaction, but in terms of female employment, this year saw the biggest improvement. And across the world, 3.8 percentage point of female recruitment went up. And through that, of course, we have a long way to go. And 37.5% of our Google employees are women. And through 9 diversity reports and having discussions and coming up with measures, mostly we learned 2 points. First thing was that the diversity inside corporate organization requires a long-term efforts and long-term investment. Second point is that by increasing transparency and disclosing data helped us to collect our efforts across the company. So I urge everyone to take advantage of the data and disclose it and share it. Second part of my discussion or speech is that we should work hard and make strides to promote cultural diversity. We call it DEI also. And there are many efforts to encourage women to enter the science and technology fields. But once they come into the fields, even if they enter the field, if they feel like this is not for them, if they feel like I cannot grow here and I cannot success here, then if the environment does not facilitate that kind of mind, then the growth will be stagnant or even slow down, and they can leave the fields of science and technology. When we look into the actual data, as women advancing into the mid-tier or managerial positions or senior managerial positions, the proportion of women are going down. So that signifies many things. Diversity goes beyond the issue of gender. It also encompasses the issues of age or race or whether you're introvert or extrovert. So respecting everyone's difference and encourage individuals to make best out of what they have is. And if we encourage this culture, then the female inclusion and success will be also achieved. And in Google, we are using the term belonging. And for instance, when you go into a meeting room, there are 10 participants and they are already sitting at the table. And those 10 look very distance and different from who I look like, but those 10 people look alike or feel alike. And as we have made conversation, it is very clear that they have their own way of communication, and I don't get like explicitly excluded from the dialogue. But if I don't feel like I belong there, then that person will not be able to make her 100% performance if they make presentation or make speech or do any kind of contribution. If that experience continues throughout their career, then no one would like it would be not be easy hard to guess what kind of difficulties women will be experiencing. And if there is, on the other hand, if there's a culture in company that tries to promote diversity, then the company become more innovative and very dynamic. Let alone women. Even if we think about male alone, if there are some an introvert and extrovert, there are different environment where those individuals can perform better. So if the team leaders pay more attention to the individuality, then those individuals will be able to tap into their 100% potential. So diversity is applicable to everyone, so it is very scalable. The discussion should go beyond the age, go beyond the issue of gender. I hope that will be very helpful. And indeed, as Google expanding and rolling out this culture, we were able to see the many different things from many different perspectives. For instance, Google for Startup that's a startup division for startups, and when they make a startup programs for the startups, then they just basically just without thinking, they think about and have taken into consideration women who have child. So there will be programs and support that actually provide childcare services to those women. Third thing I'd like to talk about is about perception about accepting diversity. Not because this is a cause that is very right, and not because we have to help women, but because as a company and as the society together, this is a mandate requirement for us to move forward together. I'd like to talk about an interesting case where Google made a application for YouTube. At its infancy, there were videos with the video clips flipped upside down, and we looked into the problem of it. But that was because when the operating system was developed, they did not pay attention to the left-handed people, so they were flipping their phones when they were trying to film something. But the team at the beginning, they were not able to think about that and take into consideration of diversity. But Google, as we are a global company, if we cannot take all that into consideration, diversity, then we will not be able to be as successful as we are down the road because we target everyone across the world. So diversity is the thing that there should be a consensus that diversity is what unleashes the potential of everyone. And lastly, what I'd like to talk about is that diversity is not about correcting what's wrong. Diversity is about taking the opportunities that can open the door to us. So I believe we can make progress in that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your remarks. Not only gender equality, but we should go beyond and pursue diversity in our society as a whole, respecting and including different cultures and different sites and beliefs. Now let's move on to our second discussion. Our next discussant is Senior Research Fellow Kim Bo-rae at Women Enterprise Supporting Center. Well, her theme is Policy Direction for Fostering Women in STEM Fields. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Senior Research Fellow at Women Enterprise Supporting Center, Kim Bore. I learned so much from previous presentations and discussion. I usually deal with startups and also business women. I'm in that center, Women Enterprise Supporting Center. I would like to add some points to the previous discussion. To tell you a bit about where Korea stands today and what kind of policy targets Korea has, well, this information is already something you know, but this is a figure that you have been seeing for a long time, and new figures came in 2021. Let's look at women's participation rate in economic activities. Korea's ranked 32, number 32 out of 38 countries. That is really low, and it was mentioned already before. When it comes to STEM field in particular, we cannot see detailed sectors in this chart, but I think they would look the same, and Korea could be ranked even lower when you consider STEM field. Now, under such circumstances, when we look at scientists, engineers, before everything else, we wanted to take a look at the college students. We had this reset survey that tells us about that. Let's take a look at this data. There, we start to see some gap between each gender, even from the entrance stage. When they enter colleges, they do have gap between each gender, but once they start to pursue their career and become newly employed and also continue on their career to become managers or chief researchers, the gap even widen and the proportion of men increases as they go along their career as a scientist. And that gap is to be widened or to be reduced. But despite all these policies that are in place, the gap persists. And in particular, regarding starting businesses, there are the startup companies. When we look at the entire companies starting anew, 46.6% of these startup companies are built by female. I wouldn't say it's a low percentage. And also, when we look at the average annual increase rate, women's increasing. The female-owned companies are increasing even faster. So we are seeing some bright side. In addition to it, there are startups that are technology-based. More females are going into this field and starting their own businesses too. So we are seeing some improvements. But still, I wanted to take a look at the environments. There's this M-shaped curve. So we have this prospect till 2029, and this gap is closing thanks to lots of policy support. But this M-shaped curve persists, according to many experts, and that's going to be the case for the next coming years. But what seems to be a more serious problem here is that, work-life balance. Every time we have to consider work-life balance. And that seems to be the cause that's stopping women from pursuing their career in the science field. On the right-hand side, we see these graphs. There are startups, and we take a look at these startups and are checking whether female businesswomen are securing enough investments. 40% of startups, technology-based ones, are built by female businessmen, women, but then only 121 companies that are owned by female founders successfully secure investment. So that's compared to men, that's really low, but still it's improving. And when we look at the categorization of influential female CEOs, look at that. Most of them, large percentage of them came from the owner families, but still, professional management experts are increasing in proportion, which is a positive move. Now we do see the importance of gender equality in the field, and studies are taking place, are done by many agencies to improve the situation here. But still, although importance of female economic participation is perceived by many, we do need to do something more.
성과라고 좀 보여지고요. 아까 우리나라에 대한
When we look at details of Korean situations, because I work in the field of female businesswomen, in my personal opinion, legal system is in place and policies to help female business owners are there as well. But still, you saw these figures, ranks, where Korea is not doing fine. We have these policies and systems to support scientists and engineers. In particular, in the field of business, though, my center is doing a lot to help these businesswomen to survive in the situation. So there were these basic support policies. And in terms of supporting business women, there is competent authority doing their job. Ministry of Science and ICT, and also Ministry of SMEs and Startups. They have these policies in place. I wouldn't cover details of the policies they offer, but despite the existence of these policies, although there are policies, the gender gap in STEM field is not closing. And what's stopping it? What's causing it? When we talk about economic participation of women, many say to increase capabilities of women, we need to do a lot. In particular, helping these business women will increase economic growth, creating more jobs, and that we can actually put them in figures. If a company is owned by a woman, or if a company is established by a woman, they tend to hire more women in the company. So we took a look at these figures. We took a look at it and also compared it with companies started by men as well. And when we looked at them side by side, we could see that these female-owned companies are more likely to hire more women. We have this low fertility rate, low birth rate, and lots of problems that's coming with it. And we have so much to address when it comes to that problem. Now we need to build a virtuous cycle. This is the virtuous cycle we need to secure, and this is the policy projects we need in place. First of all, we need to nurture, foster excellent STEM female manpower. Last year, we looked at the Kosdaq-listed female-owned companies. They were technology-based, and they grew to be listed. So along the process of listing in the Kosdaq, were there enough women to help you do that? Not many helpers along the way. That's the answer I got from them. So what was the problem when you were doing that? All these female owners said that changes are taking place, but actually maybe the gender bias or misconception or the social culture or tradition, maybe this is preventing them in some ways. Also, we need to educate male and female better to remove such bias or misconception. And second would be the issue of life-work balance. This is closely related with perception or perspectives as well. When it comes to work-life balance, many of us say that it's about women, but actually it's not only about women, it's about everyone. We have to change the way we work as a whole. as women go through their childbirth and childbearing, especially the executives or managers who are female, they said they had to give up a lot to achieve all that. They had to juggle between work and life because they are women. But that's not the case for many executive men or businessmen. So there were certain things that they had to give for these women who are working actively in the science field. So many of us still have this bias, and business women still suffering from all these situations think that it's a problem of decision making, and they have to decide between these two, work and life. And they say they want their families to be more understanding, like their spouses or children. They want these family members to understand them better. Well, I think there needs to be more education regarding that. Next point is budgeting and infrastructure. We need to secure better infrastructure. When we conduct studies on women, we need to do it right. The environmental factors or workplaces, all these should be studied with the perspective of gender equality. Well, we have to know whether there actually are factors that are causing this gender inequality in workplaces. So we do need to go through certain budgeting or infrastructure perspective studies, and actually more fundamentally, we have to ask what are the differences between male and female. Starting from that very basic, we need to come up with more detailed and targeted policies. So basic studies is what we need fundamentally, and based on the study results, we need to implement our policies with effect. Lastly, creating right environments. Just as I mentioned before, basically for women to work harder or more actively, the environment should be right, but not right for only women, but for men and everyone as a whole. That's my last point. So I had this focus on startups and businessmen and women. Maybe I would like to listen more to you about this too. I hope I was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimbore. Female entrepreneurs and she are working very closely, so she's touched upon many pragmatic points, and the phrase that they had to give up on so many things were very brought home to me. Well, now we are going to have a discussion amongst four of us, and I was given a list of questionnaires or discussion points that we need to talk about today. And discussions are mostly about what we can do and what kind of policies can we make or subsidies can we make to encourage female workers. But the questions we were given was what I can do to prepare myself to go into the fields of science and technology, what I can do to prepare my child for that sector. And so the subject was changed from the governments to the individual, so I was really touched upon. So there were points that I wanted to ask to the discussions, the panels, but I think it's better if I touch upon the questions first. So the President Min Byung-ju and HR head Min Hae-kyung are the targets for these the questions. Female participation in the science and technology needs to go up, and the science and technologies are important. But then what I can prepare myself to go into the field? Many people have given this question. What kind of major do I need to take? Or how do I educate or training my child to go into that field, or what kind of re-education to enter that field? Is there any system or policies to encourage that? So would you two please take turn to answer this question?
네, 지금 방금 이제 말씀하신 질문을 들으면서
Well, listening to the question,
이 산업기술원 원장으로
before I became the president of Korea Institute for Advancement of Technology, I teach the students at Ulsan Technology School, and I'd like to give my answer based on that experience.
사례를
So I'll give you a example.
이제 많은 그 학생들이 전공을 선택할 때 부모님
So many students, when they decide on their major, in Korea especially, the parents' influence is very important and big. So what kind of industries or sectors will become more important or promising is very
앞으로 발전될 곳을
the area where people are interested in. So the students wanted to go to the sector that looks promising down the road.
그 제가 소개받은 내용에 제가 원자력 관련
And
일을 하다 보니
I told you that I was
원자력과 관련된
involved with nuclear energy as well, and the nuclear energy has been in the down low, has been sluggish for the past years. Some students just moved to the other major and just left the sector of nuclear, and they asked me, many of them asked me, is it okay for me to stay in this field? And my answer was that when you look at the technology cycles, by 10 years cycle, some sectors boom and some sectors did not.
10년직으로 변화
And that cycle, an interval of that cycle is in 10 years. So like that was happening for the shipbuilding, and now IT and electronics is booming. But you don't know how that will change when you grow older.
제가 학생들한테 얘기한 거는
So what I told them was that
10년 주기로 바뀔 수 있고
it can change in the interval of 10 years, and there is pros and cons.
분야가
The sector can grow better and improve when good students flock to that field, but at the same time,
해지는 거 아니냐. 그래서 어느 쪽을
you would become more
뭘 하고 싶고
competitive, and you should strengthen your competitiveness if you want to go into that field. So when you decide on your major, you should first think about what you can do good.
있습니다. 그리고 이제 특히 교육과 관련해서는
And especially in terms of education,
부분을 충실히 해야지만
you should build your fundamentals strongly so that you can move on to the application or integration with other fields.
요즘 말하는 AI니 뭐 빅데이터
The hot topics of the day, artificial intelligence and big data. For those two sectors, you should have a strong fundamentals in mathematics, that you can have the reasoning and the algorithm way of thinking, so that you can improve and you can propose or give some values in those sectors. I hope this answers your question.
Could you give an answer, Ms. Min? Well, many are interested in IT sector. How can we work better in the IT sector? There were some questions about that too. For the years to come, software engineering will be promising, and they will be needing more manpower. There are results of studies saying that. So more manpower or talent will be needed in that field. In the case of my company, computer science, of course, is the major that many employees chose. And it was just mentioned by President before, I actually wanted to highlight once again. It's not only about how promising the major is. Well, if you are not actually suited for that major, no matter how promising that major is, you're more likely to quit. So when you're choosing your majors and career path, you have to think first whether you can do it well, whether you feel interested, whether you're passionate about it. But while you're exploring that, you might want to expand your options and you want to expose yourself to diverse majors or diverse sectors. There's this program called Mind the Gap. In the field of software engineering, we don't have many female students coming in. So before they choose their majors, when they're still in elementary or secondary schools, these female engineers, female engineers, visit these schools and meet these young female students and tell them in easy words, software engineering is something that you can choose. And also we invite their parents to hear more about software engineering so that their children can choose this path to become a software engineer. When these students come to these sessions and learn about this field, they get to take away a lot. They say, I had no idea what software engineering was before, but thanks to these sessions and lectures, I could learn something. And now that's the kind of exposure I'm telling you about. You have to be more exposed to diverse fields and be familiar with them. As mentioned just before, to help students familiarize themselves with various fields, we might have to introduce more programs.
Yes, I'd like to add some points to that. Of the questions, well, it was already actually mentioned by Ms. Kolakia. And there is a stereotype about STEM that women will not be interested in science and women are bad at mathematics. This kinds of prejudice, people have this kinds of prejudice, and I believe it's really important to break that mindset. And as was mentioned by Ms. Min Hye-kyung, the science and technology is not something those those in the specific field should pursue, but science and technology is all around us, so there should be many more exposure experiences where students can have like lecturers or some female scientists or engineers going to school and give lectures. And for smartphones, although it hasn't been around for that long, but we cannot live without it. And there are for those people who have not had access to smartphone and new technologies like this, so by policy, we need to make sure that a universal provision of or have experience of experiencing these kinds of technology should be in place, and the government is already in the right direction, I believe. And re-education or retraining has been mentioned as well. And as far as I know, there are retraining programs by the Female Education Center, and many municipal governments are also providing that kind of education. So if you try to look up, then you will be able to find many of them. And as the demand for that goes up, better and better programs will come up. And I believe the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family can also devise one. But what's most important is that this is what we say. When there was a fourth industrial revolution at Harvard University, every country renovated and changed completely the curriculums. Korea, we place too much value on the major, but their knowledge that what they learn from their major lasts only 5 years. That can take you only 5 years. So what's more important is your attitude and collaboration and your arts knowledge,
교양 이런 것들을 교육시키는 커리큘럼을 굉장히
teaching
강화한 걸로 알고
the
있습니다.
science and education on top of those basic qualifications and knowledge will be very helpful.
이 뭐가
So
중요한가를 찾기보다는
rather than trying to find what major is helpful, I believe we should focus on
수요를 캐치해내는
having a better communications ability and capture the meaning or intention behind other people's speech. So, and women are good at that. That's why the economic paradigm can shift from that of man-dominated economy to female-dominated economy. And another question I believe will be directed at Ms. Kim Bore. IT and AI are high value-added technology, and the benefits are mostly doled out to male population. So what for these benefits can be doled out more evenly, I believe women should take more part in that kind of sectors and managerial roles. Is there any policy suggestions or proposal that you have? That was the question. And you mentioned that when women are going into the boardroom or listing, you only see men around you. And Alexandria also mentioned that venture investors or accelerators, all of them were men. I think these two mentions have something to do with this question. Is there any proposal you can make?
지금 IT 분야 관련한 수혜가 사실은
So when it comes to IT, for example, R&D and other support that's actually more focused on men, actually compared to those support going to men, I have to admit that these policies are rather centered around men. Because those who are deciding on these support programs, they are majorly or mostly men. There is this gap, and as you've just seen from all the data, well, it is likely that some support will be for women. Actually, there's one female startup competition that's held every year. It's like a startup competition, and about 1,200 participate in these competition, and most of them are technology-based. They've already started their businesses or planning to. And these women who are starting their own businesses believe that they don't have advantages. They actually think that there should be ideas or items should be appealing. And for that, we need to educate these business women better. We have to teach them how to be more appealing when it comes to PR or when they're promoting their businesses. That's something they do perceive as well. So from about 2 years ago, we did introduce a certain proportion of women in the judge because the items built by women are most likely to be like home appliances or very related to the home use. For example, meal kit or for example, Market Curly, one company that's actually, they all started from a woman's need that these groceries needs to be delivered fresh in the early morning. Just like that example, many of these female-owned businesses, the items come from daily lives. That's more likely so for female business. Well, not many is going to change overnight, but for women to enjoy better support benefits, we have to come together. All these authorities, they're coming up with the right policies, not only the SMEs or the startups or science field, as well as the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. They're all coming together to put in place right policies for women, but then how women are going to utilize these policies, and how are we going to make it easier for them to use these policies? That's something we need to think about. Utilizing policies that are already existing is very important. So do women actually benefit from these policies? Is there some kind of discrimination, or is there some kind of misunderstanding, or anything that's preventing them from enjoying the benefits? Well, we do see some weaknesses, but we are correcting them and we are addressing these issues. Now we need to come up with more works to actually close the gap. Now, those of you who are now starting their own businesses, you need to make your information more accessible, because starting your business is all about information. You need to be able to communicate better.
아직 시간이 조금 있는데요.
Well, we have a little bit of time left. I don't know whether we can take turn, but I'm going to give you an answer. So please make sure so that all of us can take turn. Recently, we've gone through COVID-19, and that helped increase the remote work from home. And as a result, non-contact businesses has become more familiar to us. Before, men had more advantage because they had better network, they're better networked and connected. But this was a chance for women. As long as they have the capabilities and skill sets, then they can do businesses better. That was a hope, but in contrary, the employment type have changed. More women are mostly in the irregular work, so temporary work, and many of women were fired from the companies. And as far as I think, these kinds of non-contact and remote work will be more expanded. So what kind of policies can be taken in these fields of science and technology? Because the fourth act of nurturing and supporting women in science and technology-based plan was already that of the past. Well, if it is a remote work from home, then many people thought that that would be advantageous for women. However, the women had to also look after their children who were not able to go to school and physically. So childcare burden was added to the women working from home. So if there's no policy to resolve this, then it will be even harder.
So we need better childcare services. Sorry for not being able to give you enough time. But in the field of STEM, women are relatively not familiar. So how are we going to make women more familiarized with STEM field? That was one of our questions. Do you have any ideas about that? Anything from Google perspective? And also there was one more concern. Because we are working from home these days, well, female workers' productivity are on the downturn because they are working at home. And they say working conditions are going more disadvantageous for women. What do you think? Mind the Gap program is what I introduced just before. So it's all about entering the field at early ages. So you should be exposed to these fields, different fields of science from early ages, and that's something we need to do. And although we went hybrid these days, due to COVID-19 pandemic, we did expect lots of problems, and they actually happened. In case of companies, despite all that, we do not focus only on women. We wanted to have the focus on parents, not just women, mothers, but fathers and mothers, all about removing bias, because we didn't want to create any gender bias when it comes to child rearing. we had to provide flexible environments for these homeschooling and to provide them with better flexible working hours. We actually expended child-rearing leaves or child-rearing hours for them. That was what we did during the pandemic. Actually, we have so much to discuss. We want to talk more, but then due to time limitations, we might have to conclude the session. So we did
디지털, 과학기술
share lots of insight here, and improvement of women's engagement in advanced sectors such as science, technology, and innovations was the very theme of our session. Thank you so much for the wonderful questions you asked us online, and also thank you so much for the precious discussion and ideas. We would like to carry on with your beautiful insight. Thank you so much, moderator Professor Shin Yong-hyun, discussants and speakers. So there are many efforts being made to help women in STEM field to be able to expand our competitiveness in that field. We have many things to address. We have efforts that are in the making, and also we have policies that's in place. So we'll continue our discussion in our next session. We will resume from 3:05. I'll see you soon. We will resume from 3:15.
더 나은 사회로 나아가는
2022 Korea Gender Equity Equality Forum. We are going to move on to the fourth session. Your questions and participation is making our discussion more fruitful. You can go to our website and leave questions. And we are going to select some of you and give you a present for leaving the questions. So please continue to take part in this forum. The fourth session is about the ESG and expansion of women's engagement in economic activities. We are going to talk about the participation by the government entities and corporations regarding the environment, society, and governance, and what they are doing to encourage more women to take part in economic activities. So now I'll pass it on to the ESG Special Commissioner of Korean Bar Association, Im Sung-taek. Hello, the topic of the fourth session is the ESG and expansion of women's engagement in economic activities. This is an era of ESG. This topic has been receiving a lot of attention for the past couple of years, and of that, how we are going to address gender issues is the topic that we're going to address today. Two speakers will first give a presentation. The first speaker is the Deputy Professor of the Department of Economics at Dongguk University, Professor Min Se-jin, and the Senior VP of 3M Asia Corporation Affiliation, the Jim Foltak. So the first, Professor Min, is why the gender inequality and resolving gender issues is important. Let's invite her to the podium.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Min Se-jin, professor at Dongguk University Economics Department. As just mentioned before, my title of a presentation is Why is Closing Gender Gap in Korea Important from the ESG Perspective? So you've heard of ESG many times, but just to tell you a little bit more about ESG is a way of evaluating the sustainability of corporate growth and non-financial aspects. Until now, it has been all about financial aspects, but now we have more focus on environmental, social, and governance, and this is actually a global trend regarding sustainability of corporations. Well, we have this corporate responsibility that was a term we used for a long time, but how are we going to invest in these companies with better values and responsibilities? Well, we didn't actually take a look at that as a financial or a profitable one, but now corporations are focusing on ESG because they believe that it's profitable to go social, environmental, or improve their governance. What's important about ESG is that gender issues are taken into account in both social and governance of ESG. Many consider environmental very important, but then these gender issues definitely is something that matters in both social and governance part. But the key word here is the diversity. Actually, I would like to give you some examples. Across the world, over 600 ESG evaluations to apply right now. There are many indices. First of them would be like Global Reporting Initiative. There is this parts S and G, diversity of employees and managers and executives, or the proportions of rewards, base pay and reward rate of women compared to men. And also, Korean government came up with these inter-ministerial joint KESG guideline and gender equality or proportions within employees. And also when it comes to governance, board diversity matters. When it comes to social part, gender equality and diversity. So all these factors need to be taken into account when evaluating from the ESG side. So this is a global trend, as you know. But then ESG matters even more here in Korea. And now we're covering this issue here at the forum because it matters more to Korean corporations. Because it's even more serious here in Korea as Korean corporations suffer from even more serious gender inequality. Let me tell you about some indices. There's this index released by British Current Affairs magazine Economist, which is Glass Ceiling Index. Amongst 29 OECD member countries, Korea has been sitting at the bottom for the last 10 consecutive years. 10 consecutive years at the bottom. So OECD member countries, they're mostly advanced countries. And, well, you might just simply think that it's just among 29 countries. What's so serious? But then we have to take a look at the details. There's this index from UNDP, Gender Inequality Index it is. As of 2021, Korea was ranked 11th, number 11 amongst 162 countries. But then it's actually a very complex index that takes into account lots of factors. But we take a look at the details of these. It's UN Development Program that considers not only from the gender equality perspective, but it has more focus on the environment itself. Well, if it wasn't for the very low teenage birth rate of Korea, the rank would have been much lower for Korean. Because the number of child born per 1,000 female teenagers aged between 15 to 19 in Korea is only 1.4. That actually helped Korea gain that high position in that index. So the reality can be different. Now, I would like to pay more attention to Gender Gap Index, which is released by World Economic Forum. It's been released for the last long years, like since 2006. And in 2021, it's done the study on 156 countries. It's actually easier for us to understand because the index converts female to male ratio into percentage. For example, if economic participation rate of male is 80% and 60% for women, that index will be 75% because it's female to male ratio. It's actually easier for us to see what the reality when we look at this gender gap index. Let's see where Korea stands. From top ranks to bottoms, where is Korea? 102nd. It's highlighted in yellow. It's 102nd place. Well, as I've told you, it's the percentage female to male ratio. Iceland, it's 89.2%, very high. Iceland is actually at number 1, and it's close to 90%. But Korea, it's even less than 70%. That tells us a lot about where Korea stands. We need to take a look at the sub-indices too. There are 4 sub-indices and also weighted averages of 14 indices as well as these 4 areas. There are economy, education, health, and politics, different 4 sub-indices. From the perspective of ESG, we have to take a look at the first sub-index. Economic participation rate, comparable work wage fairness, estimated earned income, legislative public officials, high level or managerial positions, and these are included in the first sub-index. And compared to ESG evaluation results, we have some common grounds that are evaluated through this one. What's interesting about this index, GGI, Gender Gap Index, it has 4 indices. But then 2 points that actually plays a key role in this index is economics and politics. Actually, I brought some graphs, and the blue line shows, well, the results of many countries. The first line shows economics, second, education, third, health, and the fourth one, politics. When you look at that blue line, as you see from the second and third lines, it looks different. All of these dots or line are more geared towards right. I mean, countries' results are very densely distributed, as you see in this graph. So when it comes to education and health, the results of countries are not very different or extremely different. But and the entire averages also, look at them, it's quite high. And they're not as densely distributed as economics or politics. So what actually matters when it comes to gender equality is the economics and political part of this index. And that has this big influence to decide where the country stands. Now, the next graph is the economic. Actually, I made this graph myself. Korea's economic gender gap trend. Here, as you see, economics that range from 20 to 100%. And also gender gap index, you can see. As you see, these dots are all distributed, and each dot represent a country. They are very densely distributed, and their scores are actually quite similar, not much difference between each. But this is something that you cannot see from economics or politics. The economic scores has the greatest influence when it comes to deciding whether the country is gender equal. Well, there are certain colorful dots amongst these blue dots, green, yellow, red, and this one they're just going upward. You see this upward trend? Actually, these are the results of Korea, 2006, 2011, 2016, and 2021 results of Korea when it comes to GGI are just represented by these colorful dots. As I've told you, it's female to male or male to female ratio. As you see, fortunately, we are seeing some upward trend. From 2006 to last year, we are seeing some improvements in the scores. Well, I believe that's a very positive thing to see. Well, let's look at the relative evaluation, how Korea's gender gap index has changed. These green, yellow, and red dots are at the bottom right part. You cannot really differentiate them, but the yellow one has this green and orange one nearby. And the red one actually is far apart from there. This graph tells you the relative evaluation, relative ranks. The economics rank percentage, it's better that you are at a higher position. So the left top ones are good scores, and as you go down to the right bottom, they are at a lower ranks. Let's look at the whole square of the chart. Well, Korea, you can see that all the scores of Korea are at the bottom right. We are 102nd amongst all these countries. So we can see that our scores are really low. But what we can take away from this chart is that we are at the bottom, and that the scores actually are different from the absolute evaluation results. And fortunately, when it comes to relative evaluations, when we take a look at all the scores of different countries, our evaluations are improving anyways, albeit they are still low. But we see these positive signals that the country is improving when it comes to gender equality. But then what's important here is that more countries were taken into account for more recent studies, and these studies were less advanced countries, so maybe they boosted up Korea's ranks or something. But when it comes to relative evaluation anyways, Korea are showing some improvement. So I didn't actually share with you the politics part of chart, so you might not be able to get the bigger picture of everything. But the lower the ranks of the country are, the GGI and all these economics, they tend to go the same way too. But when we look at the top ranks, we see more dispersed dots, but at the bottom, these lower ranks countries are actually showing bad results for other aspects as well, because gender equality goes hand in hand with economics development as well. When we look at the top left ones, the scores, especially economics part scores, matter very much when determining gender equality. So if you're well off, you tend to be well off when it comes to other aspects of life, for example, gender equality. So resolving gender equality issue in the aspect of economics is important in Korea too. Now, from both absolute and relative evaluations, we are showing some positive signals, but then we are seeing some positive signals, but then here are much more things to be done, especially when it comes to governance parts of ESG, the board diversity. Well, there was something to be welcome, which is the introduction of regulation to promote gender diversity in board. That was a new regulation. Under Article 165(20) of the Capital Market and Financial Investment Services Provider Act, stock-listed corporations with total assets amounts of 2 trillion won or more should have board gender diversity, meaning that you have to have at least one female in your board of directors, in your board. And you might think that it's not as big of a progress, but then compared to what we had before, having this regulation in place is a very welcome thing. Introduction of these regulation is something that we have to highlight here. That's what's happening in Korea, but when we look at the global trend, in Norway, it already happened back in 2008. They made it mandatory to have 40% female proportion in their board. And for the 5 years coming after that, about 10 countries from around the world introduced female allocation system of 30 to 40% board directors. And also, the EU is following suit. The EU countries actually have to fulfill the agreement to fill 40% of their board members with women by 2026, by June of 2026. Well, that's the global trend. Changes are already taking place. Well, EU is at the center of all these movements, the United States as well. And this is the trend that you have to catch up with. And then if you fail to catch up with this trend, it might seem like that this corporation, the company, is lagging behind. So we need to do something at a workplace so that these regulations or policies can actually help employees in workplaces to feel better off. We have to increase the proportions of women in every position of companies. First, start with the board diversity. By having more women in the managerial and executive positions, we can help general female employees to be more motivated. And we have many results of other studies that are related to low fertility rate of Korea. We have many studies being conducted at the moment too. For example, we have this parental leave and maternity leave. 60% of the leave should be paid by the company. The low birth rate in Korea is really serious. And if companies are reluctant to hire more women, we cannot improve the situations. It will just push women away to more temporary or part-time works. So for this responsibility of parental leave, I think government should do something more so that government burden the responsibilities of paying this women or parents for their leave when it comes to childbirth. And also, we need to put more policies in place and have to better communicate with the users. Also, bringing in flexible working hours would be very important. I had this time limitation, so I wanted to make my presentation short. But then it was a great opportunity to tell you more about ESG. And now I would like to listen more from other presenters. I have high expectations about this discussion as well. Thank you so much for listening.
네, 감사합니다. 성격차 지수를 통해서 한국의 현실을
Thank you so much. We have just heard
다음 발표는
about the general ESG as well as what our presenter believes.
기자님께서 해주실 텐데요.
And now, actually, the next presenter.
평등성, 포용성,
Next, we are gonna invite the managing director of 3M, Jim Valtese. ESG is a very key issue, and DE&I is also another important matter. 3M is one of the leaders across the world in the DE&I sector. So let us invite the managing director, Jim Valtese, in enhancing the capabilities of individuals. And he's gonna let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 오늘 여러분과 3M
Hello.
경험을 공유할 수 있어서
Nice to meet
기쁩니다.
you. It is an honor
While
to
I
be able
certainly
to
do not
share my
intend
experience
to,
with you.
present 3M as perfect in having achieved all of our goals today, I do hope that I am able to impart some best practices and show our commitment. And so I start my remarks today with the promise and purpose of 3M globally. And our promise is to improve lives by helping solve the world's greatest challenges. And our purpose is to unlock the power of people, ideas, and science to reimagine what's possible. And these are important because purpose drives our strategy and our performance goals, which include delivering financial value to our shareholders, while importantly creating societal value for stakeholders through our environmental, social, and governance commitments. So as a key part of the social commitment, we know that diversity, equity, inclusion is a critical enabler of our company's purpose. Quite simply, we know we won't be successful in our purpose or our promise if we don't continue to make big strides forward in having equality and equity in our organization that matches our customers and our communities. And we are committed to that mission. So our journey to deliver on those commitments is intentional, it's accountable, and it's transparent. And while we'll acknowledge that we make progress in some areas, we also understand where we have more work to do. So over the last 2 days, you've heard many, I would say alarming facts about gender representation, both globally and in Korea. Facts which show the need to accelerate our actions as governments, as companies, as society. And so I'm not going to review those facts, but I will acknowledge them as fact. And I present here another set of facts. And that is, the business case for diversity in our corporations. So a set of facts that justifies that adding diversity and specifically gender diversity results in faster innovation, stronger leadership, increased sales, and profit. And so we believe this direction to be true, and that helps guide us in developing our strategies, our actions as we go forward. So I think it's important to note again that our purpose-driven approach is well integrated with both our ESG approach, as I mentioned earlier, and the sustainable goals of the UN. It means that in our view, to be successful business-wise, in the long term, we need to be successful in all parts of our ESG strategy, including, in the focus of this presentation, which is more on the social side of ESG. So there are three factors that I will touch on today that are critical to our efforts. This idea of leadership commitment, the idea of having eyes externally and internally are important, and transparency and goals in progress. So let me start with leadership commitment. So one of our early and longtime leaders, William McKnight, he set the culture stage for the company. And so his management philosophy became known as the McKnight Principles, and you may even be able to Google that. So his philosophy was revolutionary in the 1950s, and unfortunately is still revolutionary in many parts of the world yet today. Those philosophies included things such as empowerment, and as you might see highlighted in this quote that was from the 1950s, the articulated gender inclusion and equality of men and women in this statement. So this belief has been and remains a fundamental basis for our company culture, and it's a core belief and expectation from top management, middle management, frontline supervisors, and everybody in the company. This articulated expectation of respect, regardless of gender, race, religion, sexual orientation, or physical abilities, is part of our code of conduct and deeply embedded in our culture. So it starts with that leadership commitment. But that's certainly, the 1950s revolution of management style doesn't mean that we're done and that we don't still have work to do. That's for sure. So both inside and outside the company. So we've laid out goals, plans, and commitments to drive equity in both our company and in our communities. So you see here some of those societal goals that we have. Deliver 5 million STEM and skilled trade experiences to underrepresented students. That includes a big focus on women in STEM, and I'll talk more on that in a little bit. Achieving gender pay equity in every region and every country. And I'll touch on how we're doing against that. Investing $50 million to address racial opportunity gaps, and I would say that is, as a U.S.-based company, that has more relevance in the early days in the U.S., but certainly we have opportunities globally. And then doubling the pipeline of diverse talent in management by the year 2030. So these are important goals. We're committed to these goals globally, and we take ownership in every country throughout the world. So I did mention the idea of transparency of goals in progress, and here's a slide that shows how we're doing against some of these metrics both globally and in Korea. And so from a global perspective, we started publishing this data, and you can see it on our website starting in 2021. It's a stark reminder for leadership on where we're at and keeping this a priority and knowing where we need to go. So let me first look at a couple of the global metrics there. Looking at our total employee population, we have increased the female representation by 300 basis points in 6 years to 36.8% female. That's better than some, but we certainly acknowledge that we need to accelerate progress in that area as we go forward. That is not necessarily an acceptable number there. We've increased the participation of diversity in management by 1,200 basis points, from 32.5% in 2015 to 44.5% in 2021. So making better progress in that metric, but we still have an expectation to add another 2,000 basis points in the next 7 years. So while acknowledging progress, also acknowledging that we have more work to do. But over on the right-hand side, you can see, we've made some better headway in some areas. 100% U.S. pay equity for across all racial groups, and globally 100% gender pay equity in every region in the world. And so we're proud to have achieved that last year. So now looking at Korea from a gender participation metrics perspective. So while we've increased total participation of females, including production and non-production, by 800 basis points in the last 5 years. If you look at the manager category, we've more than doubled, but certainly not anywhere near where we would like to be. So 14.6% of females in management is not where we need to be. The bright spot in this data is the professional, which is the lower levels are in our non-production areas, the entry level through just pre-management levels. We've increased the female participation rate from 35% to almost 58% over that same time period. So the good news there is that we are building a pipeline to continue to feed that manager level. So we do this in a variety of ways, looking at ensuring that we have diverse slates for all positions, and that's a requirement. We obviously have a target of over 50% female hiring to make progress there. And then we really focus on inclusion. And so this sense of belonging, and there's, we have the belief that, diversity is an important metric, and getting those metrics right is the first step. But to make that worth the effort, both for the employees, the diverse employees that you're bringing in, as well as the business benefits that I mentioned earlier, we need to make sure that we include those diverse employees in our operations fully. And so we have a lot of efforts focused on inclusion, and things like, I've mentioned here, Women's Leadership Forum and Men as Advocates, which I will talk about in a little bit. So this idea of creating inclusion for this diverse set of employees is an important piece, how we look at it globally and in every country. So we have employee resource networks. That helps create this network, this sense of belonging for individuals. And we've really been talking a lot about this real allyship model. So to train and educate everyone in the company about how to engage, how to increase our empathy, create opportunities for discussion, and learn as we go forward. So these are important components of what we're trying to do to drive inclusion. So we have an active Women's Leadership Forum. We have an active Women's Leadership Forum globally and here in Korea as well. And I believe in every country in the world. So the mission is really includes empowering women and accelerating the inclusion and advancement of women. So I highlight here some of the focus areas of the Korea Women's Leadership Forum over the past 3 years. So initiatives include creating a sense of community, for supporting a sense of belonging, for specific areas of development that will be helpful to them to increase their skills and increase their confidence, experiences that help them perform their jobs well, and really overall helping find a balance and harmony between work and life. This is employee-driven, and it's a very active and passionate and important community, again, as I said, in Korea, but in every country through the world. But, you know, the numbers are still the numbers. And so the idea of you know, empowering women is important. And so the Women's Leadership Forum is an important piece of our efforts. But this idea of, you know, we really need men as advocates. We need men to understand their role in supporting the advancement and the equality of women. So we have a Men as Advocates group focused on building awareness, taking action, and advocacy. And you know, as an example, we have our Women's Leadership Forum members and our Men as Advocates members get together on occasion to discuss some of the topics that come up in the Women's Leadership Forum Lean-In circles. That is one of the actions that we're trying to drive among many others. So this idea of you know, diversity, equity, inclusion goes wide and far for sure. And so specifically as part of our efforts, and I mentioned this to create 5 million STEM experiences globally by 2025. Here in Korea, we've really aimed efforts at creating and supporting STEM education for girls and women's. So on the right-hand side, you see, you know, something about Science Camp. We've had the Science Camp for middle-aged students for over 20 years with almost 2,000 graduates. In 2021, when we had the camp virtually, for the first time ever, we had over 50% of our enrollment being female. And so we're proud of that, and we'll continue to strive to keep that ratio in the right area. But in 2021, we also started some programs aimed specifically at university women in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math. So in every session that we have with these mentors, with these scholarship winners, we ask these students to pay it forward. That's to share their experiences with their peers, to find a young female interested in STEM, mentor her, to continue to build and encourage a community of women interested in STEM, such that we can close that gap specifically in our scientist community as well. So these are some of the actions we're taking to ensure that we have a better diversity in our employee population. Now, before the pandemic, we had started to offer programs such as flexibility, where with supervisor approval, you could request some flexibility in your work schedule. And I would say that had a relatively low take-up rate overall, and especially here in Korea. So during the pandemic, we really learned that when we trust our employees to do their work, even when working from home, they deliver. So we have implemented what we have called Work Your Way, which empowers the employees to choose when and where they are going to be the most productive to achieve their objectives. And so this is a concept founded in trust, where we trust that employees are best able to determine how they can best accomplish their objectives. It starts with virtual first, based on the learnings that we had, where we could conduct meetings very efficiently virtually. But we also know that there's value in coming together. So we think about coming together for moments that matter, to continue to build this culture of collaboration and teamwork and drive innovation. So we don't lose sight of the fact that we still need to build collaboration, that we need time together, but we have figured out a way to balance that, give employees the choice to balance that. So we've had great feedback from our employees of all genders, because this really took hold early in 2022. But certainly we know, whether it's right or wrong or not, that many of the tasks at home still fall in the hands of women. So we're continuing to try to find further flexibility options that allow families to manage their work and life balance and harmony. So I come here, I'm proud to work for 3M. I'm proud of our efforts. And while we know that we have a lot more work to do, it is reassuring to receive some external recognition for some of the efforts that we do in the areas of diversity, compliance, and governance. And as I also mentioned, we are transparent with our goals and our progress against our goals in all aspects of ESG. And so this is a chart that is available on our website. So I hope that I've presented some useful information regarding our efforts to make progress. I hope that there are some tidbits that the audience can take. While we acknowledge some progress in the area of gender equality globally and in Korea, we also acknowledge that we have a lot more work to do. And I would say we're hopeful that in forums like this, together we can all rise, we can all learn from each other, and not just make progress, but actually achieve the objective of gender equality in our companies, gender equality in our governments, gender equality in our society. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
We thank you very much. DE&I is something that 3M is really good at, and we've actually heard so many interesting points from his presentation when it comes to diversity. Not only diversity, but we need inclusion and other values to make our workplaces better. And thank you so much for sharing your experience at 3M. And the Women Leaders Forum and Men Advocates, they are all very good programs. And wow, to have this new perspective, especially in Korea, where the gender conflicts or misconceptions are very strong, I think it's an important case we can learn from 3M. Work Your Way was also a very interesting program. When we just roughly translate that, just work as you want to, was something that Korean corporations will be very reluctant to introduce. Korean CEOs wouldn't say that work your way is something for them. But wow, fresh perspective that we just took away from the presentation to achieve gender equality. So we just heard from two presenters, very precious presentations we heard. We're grateful for that. And now let's continue on to discussions. We have two discussants today. The first discussant is Executive Vice President, Head of CSR at CJ 제일제당, Hee Kyung-min. And we have the second discussant, Deputy Director Eun Kyung-lee of UN Global Compact Network Korea. And from both of our discussants, we'll be hearing about what's being done in terms of gender equality in their own expertise. Now, please welcome our first discussant, Executive Vice President Hee Kyung-min. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Min Hee-kyung, Head of CSR at CJ 제일제당, and it's my great honor to be able to share with you the CJ stories. So I've been working for a long time. I can say that I'm a working woman, and also I know that situations vary from company to company. CJ is one of these great, big conglomerates, and some of the advantages for these larger companies. But still, Korean companies are now making great efforts to improve their workplace situations to achieve gender equality. CJ, I can confidently say, that is leading such efforts and one of the companies that are doing better in that field. So I would like to share what's going on in CJ. To tell you more about what's being done in CJ, first I would like to share with you what's going on globally, and then I'll give you more details about CJ's cases. As you all know, Korean companies tend to be more man-centered. Not only women, or actually, we have to admit that diversity lacks in Korean companies, not just in case of gender equality, but when it comes to other diversity factors. But the more diverse an organization is, the faster innovation comes in that organization and the less risks come. So that's why we need to improve on our diversity. Because organizations with diversity are more likely to be innovative, like 8 times more likely to achieve better results when it comes to businesses too. 32% of S&P 500 board directors are women. And from the McKinsey Women in the Workplace report, it is said that gender diversity helps companies be more competitive and also earn some better financial results. So it's proven by many studies. Gender diversity actually falls into S and G part of ESG. And today I would like to have my focus on S part, social part, but G, governance, is something that CJ is doing great on too. Because we have female managers and executives in all group, across the group in CJ. And there are only 5 companies in Korea that have outside director, and 3 of them are these professionals. Not these directors are not coming from the owner family, and these 3 companies actually are CJ Group companies. So governance part is what CJ is doing pretty good at too. But now, in today's presentation, I would like to have my focus on S part. Companies around the world are setting quantitative objectives to expand the female representation in their company. Not just CJ, which is a consumer goods company, but HP. Here's an example in the chart, as you see. It had this goal of achieving 50% representation of female leaders in the company. That's by 2030. And such objectives are something that's shared by many companies around the world. CJ is one of them too. We are seeing some improvements, but still there's more to be done when it comes to gender wage gap, when it comes to board diversity, when it comes to employment representation. Still, Korea needs to do more. And now to give you an example of CJ, when we look at the executive positions, CJ Group as a whole has 3 times more female executive and employees compared to other listed companies. When we look at CJ 제일제당 alone, we have 5 times more female executive and employees. Actually, 5 times more executives and managerial positions. When you look at newly employed staffs, more than half of these newly employed staffs are female. And that's been the trend in CJ, and it's actually unprecedented in Korea. I think company philosophy matters here, because CJ has this company philosophy that's different. We are pursuing a paradigm shift to survive in a global future. To secure top talent, we have our focus on equity, diversity, and inclusion. That's something we need to expand. To secure and draw more talented people in our company, we are building right culture and environment. There are lots of programs run by CJ for life and work balance as well. The policies in CJ actually exceed the legal standards. we go beyond legal standards to help our employees feel more stable in our company, not only in the times of childbirth and child rearing, but also about general education. There are these paid and unpaid leave for your children education. For example, when your children are entering elementary school, they need to get accustomed to these new schools. We provide these parents reduced working hours or 4 weeks of leave. I've been working in Korea as a working woman. And then what's actually challenging as a mother is that when your child is having difficulties at school, when your child needs your care, like mother, then definitely mother has to decide between work and home. And we are going to help you relieve that issue. We CJ as a group has a group culture. And actually, thanks to the efforts made by the CJ, we have seen improvements for the last 2 to 3 years. We have female leadership, coaching training, as well as diversity initiatives and programs. We have the systematic policies to help female employees to become a leader in the near future. And we have this corporate culture that's in place to have more gender diversity in the group as a whole. I would actually like to tell you more about education in CJ. CJ is a leader when it comes to returnship. It's something that female employees need definitely, just like I've told you, for the education of your children or child rearing or emergencies that's happening in your classes. Well, there are times when women actually have to make decisions to go on at home, go on at workplace. So we are helping them continue their career. Please don't leave your work because of your house chore or child rearing. You can always return. That's what CJ women believe because it's a returnship we provide. We are providing enough time, education, mentoring for women to be able to return anytime they want. These are these returnship programs that CJ is providing for our employees. We're making CJ a better workplace, better environment for our executives and employees. But if other companies can follow suit, we can make the Korean society as a whole more gender equal. That's what we expect. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
제1제당의 이제 사례를 들으니
We've seen the case of CJ 제일제당.
한국 기업 중에서는 드물게
I believe of Korean companies,
되고 있는 것이 아닌가라는 생각이 들었습니다.
that is a company where gender equality is quite promoted and advanced. We saw that diversity is based on the inclusiveness, and we need the policies to back it up to ensure gender equality.
굉장히 다양한 제도
And she let us know the various policies and the performance or progress they have achieved. And to add on that, the males take out the paternity leave, and the
휴직도 남녀가 동등하게
the paternity leaves are taken for childbirth only, the short period of time, but the females are taking on the longer parental leave for a child caring. So I hope more increasing number of men will take part in the parental leave, and CJ can release that kind of figures for the next conference. Well, next session is the Deputy Director Lee Eun-kyung of UNGC. Good afternoon. I'm Lee Eun-kyung from the UN Global Compact Network, Korea. Listening to the 3M's and CJ's presentation, I am glad that you are working to promote this cause. And since you have talked about the corporate cases, I'm going to now present some cases of global cases. A couple of months ago, at least one woman and should be a part of the company board, and you should include also the ethnic minority and LGBTQ, or you'll be kicked out of NASDAQ. And CEO Liedman NASDAQ also saw that the board diversity will be reflected on the business financial performance. And these kinds of call are also affecting Korea as well. UN Global Compact has been working on ESG and corporate social responsibility from long ago, and especially we have 6 principles for the human rights related and SG related. SDG, I was very pleased to see the word SDG on 3M Jim Faltasek, Managing Director Jim Faltasek's presentation. And we are providing guidelines for the Korean companies to take part in promoting this cause. And there are many provisions regarding and rules regarding eliminating discrimination and promoting gender equality. So we have come up with the keyword ESG, and for the past decade, we were trying to promote this cause. And I'm going to talk a little bit about gender-centric investment as well. For responsible corporations, we are taking initiatives from our side on the UNCGC, and ESG governance and management should be pursued and in a more responsible and sustainable way, and that will in turn help the company progress further. Then we have the UN Global Compact Global has conducted surveys on what kind of priorities companies have in terms of SDGs, and they focus on climate change. But gender equality is one of the top priorities. It was ranked one of the top 5. And lots of companies are setting this as their goal and striving to achieve this. And gender equality is very fundamental issues and part of the human rights. So to help advance this cause, we are providing a lot of guidelines to people around the world. And there has been many research and data backing this, and there are many evidence that gender equality promotes more global economic progress. UN made an analysis that if women's participation in the global economy were equal to men's, the global annual GDP would be boosted by 2025. So that will be our remaining task to encompass and include more female into the board. And EU have seen a lot of progress in the past 100 years, like century. They have a longer history of suffrage, but from the perspective of companies, it took a long time for the companies to adopt the quota for female board members. But the listed companies have come to a better consensus that 40% of the board, independent board, should be women. But Korea is still lagging behind despite of the global trend, and we have a long way to go, as was mentioned by many other speakers. And S&P and MSI, all these indexes are for some companies, all these indexes, in terms of all these indexes, the advanced countries are providing more quota for the female, and there's a huge gap between the advanced countries and developing countries. And even though Korea is belongs to the advanced countries, but our figures are really disappointing. So we have a long way to go. And I wish the investors like BlackRock, or I believe the BlackRock and SSGA and these kinds of big institutional investors are urging for more inclusion of female in the board of directors. But until we achieve the goal from the perspective of the investors to promote gender equality, what kind of strategies are you taking on your corporate level? And how is it encompassed and reflected on your plans? And how are you going to measure that and manage or govern that? And they are urging the companies to make reports on that and continue to keep them updated on that. I believe you would have heard of green taxonomy before, but social taxonomy is also a new trend, and that is about how we can pursue a more sustainable corporate operations. And there's more taxonomy to ensure that, as you can see from the table, how to provide more decent jobs and make policies that is inclusive and providing better welfare to the employees and consumers. And well, two companies have already shared a good, very remarkable achievement. You can also see from IBM's case, what I was impressed about were some 2 points. The honeybees are symbols of diversity, and this has been broadened to encompass more issues like gender, disability, or ethnicity. So the IBM has been working for a long time and committed and made policies and rules to ensure diversity within the company so that they can also have more competitiveness, and they have had this belief for over 100 years, and it has been proven that diversity actually helps the bottom line or top line of the companies. And many are publishing sustainability report, but DEI-related disclosure and sharing that with the shareholders the trend of it is growing. And Netflix is currently grew to incorporate more diversity. And in some Netflix, they are running ERG to collect more diverse opinions from various different communities so that they can make contributions to the company as a whole. And in that perspective, CJ is participating in this one, the Women's Empowerment Principles. 10 years ago, we've established the WEPs, and we are trying to roll this out to companies in Korea. And I hope the companies work within these principles to ensure the gender equality and empower women. And many companies have already pledged to be part of this and join hands with us. And more than 2,000 companies across the world are taking part, but in Korea, there's roughly 40 companies, including CJ. So if you are watching this, and if you work for a company, then I hope you join this cause and try to be more aggressively take part in this kinds of movement. And within this principle, how well we are doing to measure that, we are providing tools for that as well. Compared to the global companies or compared to the other companies in the same category, how good and how good our policies are and how well we are implementing them can be measured. We are also having these kinds of projects to increase the board member inclusion of women's board member representation of 30% and above. Many companies are taking part in this our target gender equality initiative as well.
그리고 올해는 저희가
And this year,
그 증권거래소들
the stock exchanges across the world, they ring the bell to give the signals to the market to include more women in the labor force. And 100 stock exchanges across the world rang the bell at a certain time to give awareness to this cause. And at the end, in the second half of this year, we provided a guideline for we are preparing for the guideline for the LGBTIQ. Many people might think that we are lagging behind Korea, but for the global companies to recruit more people and raise the retention rate, they are working on many policies and efforts. So I hope you become part of this. Due to time restrictions, I should try to wrap it up. I meet with a lot of corporate people. We did a survey regarding this gender equality issue, and the gender issue there's a lot of conflict about it, but due to reverse discrimination and all, this discourse has been going towards a very negative aspect. And within the company, there are a lot more issues, not only the gender equality, but also the generation difference and more. So I hope, as was mentioned by many other speakers, I hope our discourse can be broadened to incorporate the DEI so that people at work can be more diverse, people can unleash their full potential. And to do that, ERG or corporate channels are in place, so I hope people can communicate better through that kind of channels or medium. And the correlations between gender and company financial performance are being backed by many different research. I hope there are more data to back it up so that companies can be more triggered and encouraged to do that. To ensure in the course and in the efforts to protect women and make companies more genderly equal, but some people can be left behind in that efforts. So if we try to include more of those people who are being left behind, then that would actually help resolve the disagreements or the rebuts about the gender equality issues and achieving consensus. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
D&I,
gender equality, and there's this global trend. UN Global Compact has many programs and projects. Thank you for sharing those with us. We have about 20 minutes to have this discussion and also address some questions. For those of you who are joining us online have asked questions. About 10 of them I would like to introduce to you. Actually, there are 5 of these questions. I categorize these questions. Let me first read you these questions online, and you can just freely answer them. The first question actually is a long one. I would like to tell you this one too. In Korea, female students are doing very great. They have higher scores in schools, but when it comes to employment market, they are suffering. Male employees have better chances, and also when it comes to mid or high-level positions, it's even more serious. In particular, career interruptions due to child rearing and childbirth. Well, we need legal system. We do need legal system in place to protect them and prevent these inequality. And if we are to bring in something legally, what's actually the most important one? If the National Assembly isn't interested in this issue, I think is the Korea's case. What should we do about this reality? Legal system, policies. It could be a general question, but a question we need to address. Could anyone answer this one?
사실 기업에서 나오신 분
Well, we have this. Actually, we are from businesses and corporations, so I am actually feeling responsible to answer that one. As you know, in schools, female students never lag behind. Actually, they're performing better in some parts than male students. I'm raising children myself, and they're doing great. Well, it could be a little bit of a joke, but like long time ago, a decade ago, in Korean large companies, conglomerates, I heard from one of its high-level employee. They said there are two groups of newly employed ones. They said actually those who served military and those who didn't. It wasn't male or female. I think that implied a lot when she made that joke. It's very Korean environment. Serving the military is something unique here in Korea. And it actually means a lot here in Korea. And when it comes to evaluation of employees, it definitely works for men because young men of Korea actually feel that they are disadvantaged because they have to lose 2 years of their life serving for the country. And then this actually is playing something in the corporate culture as well. Actually, this was a joke made by one female executive at one company. But then I could feel that corporate has to change, and we have to think about what corporate wants. We have to be able to read what job seekers want and also what corporates want. Now we have this new generation, MZ generations, we say. When they're looking for jobs, they have certain things in mind, and corporations have to know what they want. Well, we need to take a look at the G side of ESG. I believe certain allocation system is needed when it comes to G, governance of ESG, because it's going to take time to let the companies decide. These kind of mandatory allocation systems can help improve the situation. And also, while doing so, we can change in the culture. We can make some changes in the cultures and corporate philosophies. And also, we have to make all these policies less burdensome for companies and should be aided by the government or the society as a whole. Just like mentioned, just like we heard from the CJ presentation, the people who are using these policies, they shouldn't feel disadvantaged just because they are using these policies in place. You don't have to feel guilty trying to pursue work-life balance to become a happier person, happy individual. You don't have to choose between work and life. That's where we need flexible working system. National Assembly actually has to do something about this. Well, we have talked about it over and over again. Companies with diversity perform better. That actually need to be promoted more so that people can know about it, and also corporations can actually do something.
Thank you. The question is very comprehensive, but that really reflected on our reality. And although you cannot talk about all the policy aspects, but I think we have to start from where she said. So, because she talked about legal tasks that we have, but as a moderator and a lawyer, I'm going to give this answer. There are many acts in place to ensure gender equality, and there's affirmative action to promote female employment, and that is almost like a quota. And we give a quota of 3.1% for the disabled people. We do the same thing for women. And if the company do not meet the target, then the company has to submit a report on how they can make improvements, and the target is only for the companies with 500 people and above. So there's call that are some are urging that standards needs to go down. And about the point you mentioned about childcare subsidy, under the President Nomuhyun's administration, there were talks about providing full support, full subsidy for the childcare. However, all the things are based on the consensus of the society. So, but before that, ESG is less than the legislative changes. It's more about societal change, and the market change itself can have much more impact than the legal changes. So the DE&I and investors changes. That's why I think that those two topics were mentioned. And the questions that was most prevalent on the Q&A list was that what kind of ESG methodologies or cases can you give? Many people have talked about. Briefly, Professor Jim Faltesek, all three of you, could you please, from the perspective of ESG, what kind of activities or efforts or initiatives can we do to encourage more women to take part in economic activities?
ESG has very positive aspects. In case of CJ, we have sustainability report and ESG report. Actually, since 2013, we have started our preparation for such report, and we have been continuing on for the last years. And actually, they are pretty costly. Not many companies are willing to do that, but there's this reproved facts. Even though you're not a listed company, the secondary or tertiary companies all need to do something about ESG, and it's got this influence and impact. So I believe ESG has very positive impact. To tell you about 2 points, first, so what can be done in reality, even if it were not for ESG, companies should do something for long-term sustainability. ESG can bring you that, but then when it comes to diversity or other issues, we have to do something more. It should go beyond ESG. And ESG is not mandatory at the point, so you do need to report on it, but some companies actually are having difficulties reporting on it, and some companies are actually adjusting or modifying their reports. And sometimes their information are misleading or wrong. So because it's voluntary thing to do at the moment, we believe that there should be something that's some kind of nudging needed. Well, the cost that should be covered by the company in the long run, we certainly need to justify it in the market. So.
Yes, thank you for the point. On the first note, the gender equality can be a cost, but in the long term, it can be benefiting the company's financial report, so it can open a new door to the disclosure. Now, Managing Director Jim, do you have any take on it?
Certainly. I mean, such a big subject, and we didn't talk a lot about the E part of ESG in our presentations today, but that is certainly a critical part. But they go hand in hand. There's a reason you have environmental and social together with governance, I think, as we talk about ESG. And so maybe 2 quick points. I mean, I go back to this idea that for companies to solve the world's problems, you know, and that's part of our aim, to solve some of the world's greatest challenges, you need that diversity. So whether that is on the environmental side, you need a diverse set of eyes and brains and experiences looking at those issues to be able to come up with the best solutions. We absolutely believe that, and I think that, you know, we've talked about the data bears that out, that if you make that effort to have a diverse employee base, then you will perform better because you are better able to solve whatever issue it is that as a company you're trying to solve. I think that is, you know, one of the greatest things that companies that understand that and practice that can continue to do is to talk about that and make sure that that's, whether a company is big or small, is irrelevant to that fact in my view, and I would say in our view.
네, 감사합니다. 시간 관계상
Thank you. Due to time restrictions, we will have to listen from Eun Lee for short. Make it short, please. Thank you. And when it comes to ESG, actually, it's all about value chain and supply chain, because the issue, well, of course, reduction of CO2 and management of supply chain and all these issues go together. As far as I know, social economy and the public agencies or female-owned companies, in these cases, also they are actually they are given such incentives to or the benefits in the procurement market or something. And also there are lots of incentives following too. So in the public aspect, we need to expand such incentives, or I would like to mention about women with career interruptions or the board diversities. All these fields need incentives, something to help motivate them. Actually, due to time constraints, I'm gonna stop here.
군망의 변화가 이런
Thank you for the point. Yes, supply chain can derive diversity, the gender equality, and you need to provide incentives. There are some more questions.
맥락과
Well,
관련되어 있습니다만
this is related to the ESG as well, but the question is, gender-centric investment is growing across the world, but that is a far-fetched dream in Korea, I think.
제도나
Is there any policies or any requirements needs to be in place to do this? Ms. Lee will give the answer. Well, Korea Pension Fund is one of the big player in the market, and the pension fund is focusing on the environment issues or society issues, but they're less so in the gender equality and the diversity.
앞으로는 사실 이런 측면에서 조금
But
그 관리를 해야
I hope
되는 좀 확대가
they need to expand their capabilities to target and deal with this front a little more. And globally, when we invited Japanese institutional investors, the CEO of one of the institutional investors said that Korea is also, well, Korea also needs to improve upon this front. The Japanese pension fund. Yes, you mentioned about Japanese pension fund. About 7 years ago, they already came up with Women Empowerment Index.
일본 공적연금이
And the Japanese pension fund is using that as their fundamentals and foundation for their investment. And that has brought about a lot of change in Japan. And under the last administration, they talked about using that, but the Ministry of Welfare was a little bit against it, while the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family was for that. So not just that, but companies are starting to. I think that will, if we adopt that, and we need to make a shift towards the company's investment that considers the gender equality is important.
We have more questions, two more questions. Actually, one was about women's career interruptions and discontinuity. How can they return to workplaces? Any incentives or policies that can be provided for companies to do that? And, well, older women, actually, elderly women, if they are to participate more they are to participate more actively in economy, what can you do about that? Actually, I have to go because maybe I'm one of them. For women, actually, we have different points. We are different from men, and it's all about life cycle. And women's life cycles closely related to economic activities of women. It's not only in Korea. I have to admit that in Korea, we lack flexibility in employment market. That's why we need something, political support or policy support for those women to return to work and to get job more easily. Now, the government actually should take a step here to help these women whose career had to be discontinued because of child rearing and other reasons. Maybe training, upskill, education, or systemic incentives should be provided for them. And during the time of career discontinuity, more effort should be made for the re-employment, and that should be done in a systemic way.
Yes, we have 2 minutes left. Let's take 30 minutes to conclude our speech. If there's anything that you want to say for last, or if there's anything left behind, then please. As was mentioned just before, in case of Korea, the career disruption is a very severe issue. And we should prevent them from not quitting their job from the beginning. That kind of policies are important. But once they already have experienced career disruption, then as Vice President Min has just mentioned, there should be policies and training that is more friendly and promoting that kind of re-entering into the labor force. And I saw an advertisement published by Ministry of Gender Equality and Family about government subsidy to provide science education and such. I hope that kind of training should be utilized and better tapped into. Of course, the will of the individuals are very important. They need to have the willpower to go learn new things. But at the same time, the support from the society as a whole and the family members are also very important.
Sure, maybe one quick comment. I talked about diverse slates. And one of the things that I try to be very passionate about is maybe
네,
to
다양한 후보자에
create
대해서
that
중요성에 대해서
diverse
말씀을
slate, you
드렸는데요.
have to look a little deeper, you have to look a little
다양성을
differently,
추구하-
but there is talent out there, the diverse talent out there for us to hire well.
Thank you so much. 부사장님 혹시
남성 경우에는 그렇게 generalize를 별로 안 하는데 사실 여성 경우에는
When it comes to women, generalization issue is an issue. Although there are many good policies in place, we didn't see lots of or great progress. I think there's something in Korean culture that should be overcome. Well, we have female representation in executive or high-level positions, but then we need more inclusion. It's not only about one individual. It has to be a general increase in representation. And it's because it's an ESG session, we have discussed it very heavily. Actually, I would like to focus more on gender side. When it comes to economic investment, I think we need to gender mainstream.
네, 네, 감사합니다. 오늘 마지막 네 번째 세션.
Thank you so much.
ESG
So we had this fourth session, ESG and expansion of women's engagement in economic activities.
김 교수님이 부족하지만
In our first presentation, Professor Min said that albeit shortcoming, we are seeing some changes. Well, there are companies who are leading this ESG trend. Well, Koreans have this power to go fast, and then we can also go 으쌰, which is like we have this fighting spirit. So maybe we can do better in the near future. I would like to thank all of our speakers and also thank you all the audience joining here and online. Thank you.
네, 아닙니다. 고맙습니다. 세션을
Thank
매끄럽게
you.
이끌어주신 임성택 위원장님.
Thank you, the moderator, for the good moderating, and thank you for the panelists. Policy-backed inclusiveness and women empowerment is how it is important, and what kind of efforts are made by the countries and companies were very meaningful. We have also talked about the direction that we need to pursue. This concludes the fourth session, and we have one last session. 2022 Korean Gender Equality Forum. We're going to take a short break, and from 5:15 we're going to have a roundtable. Roundtable will be summing up the 4 sessions that we had taken for the past 2 days, and the Director General of Women Policy at the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, Kim Jong-mi, is going to moderate it. Thank you. Let's get back at 5:15. Oh, correction, at 5, not 5:15. 2022 Korea Gender Equality Forum. We are beginning our last session of the day. As I mentioned before, with the support and participation of you joining us online and offline, we were looking back at our policies to ensure a gender equality in Korea. Now I'm going to hand it over to Director General Kim Jong-mi of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Director General of Women Policy at the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. For the past 2 days, we have seen many participants and panelists and speakers who have been giving insightful speech, and also the audience and participants both joined us both online and offline. In 2022, to encourage more female women to take part in sustainable growth, we invited 2 distinguished guests. One was Gita Guptinas, the Deputy Director of the IMF, and she pointed out the gender gap that is existing, and once the men and women's representation on the companies become equal, then the GDP will increase by 7%. And the next person was the Lee In-sil, the president of the Korea Peninsula Future Institute. For a sustainable growth, the participation of women are a imperative. With that task and challenge that we have in hand, we did discussions on 4 fronts. First was the women's economic empowerment for a sustainable society, and the second was outcomes and limitation regarding the expansion and women's engagement in economic activities around the world. And third, that was the first one, and the second was women's participation in economic activities and the responsibility of caretaker. And the third one was improvement of women's engagement in advanced sectors such as science and technology, including digital innovation. And the last one, what we just saw, was the ESG and expansion of women's engagement in economic activities. We are going to take turn from the moderators will take turn to sum up what we have discussed for the past 2 days and conclude the entire forum. First, we will hear from Senior Researcher of Korea Women's Development Institute, Kim Jong-suk. Under the theme of women's economic empowerment of sustainable society, I talked about the limitations of Korea in Korea and in Sweden. The gender equality policies and action plan were the topic of the presentation, and the Minister of Australia also gave speech to give some insights as to how we can encourage women to take part in labor force. As you would already know, especially the labor force participation rate and the labor wage gap are the 2 major issues of gender inequality in Korea. And to resolve those 2 issues, many have made strides for a long period of time, but we still have many challenges and stumbling blocks. And to resolve that issues from various perspectives, and because there are various factors and elements that feed into it, so we had to look at all those factors, and that was actually the suggestion by the German presenter, Mr. Arn. And the career disruption for Korean women during their childbirth is very severe, and the government's policies to help those women needs to persist and continue. And another important thing is that, as I've mentioned in my presentation yesterday, the issues of Korea is that large companies, the public sector, and the small and medium-sized companies, the labor market for those three are very fragmented. So the women working for the small and medium companies have low access to the work-life balance policies or benefits. That is an issue that needs urgent addressing, and we need both the company and the labor and the employers to work on this, because by the policies, the government policies alone cannot resolve these issues. And in addressing the gender inequality of Korea, there were many suggestions we could learn from the Swedish and German presenter. As you know, German, the gender mainstreaming has been done very well, and they've been working since 1970s to promote this cause. And I hope we learn 2 points from them. First is that mainstreaming the gender in policies, you need the actual quantitative measurement. They have done this very well based on data and backed by the evidence. It will bring about consensus amongst the people to ensure women's equality. And the second one was the dual approach in the process of mainstreaming the gender. And when government is restructuring government policies, then we should factor in gender issues. Korean government will also go through structural or governmental restructuring, and in the process we should also learn from them and factor in the gender equality issues. And in terms of Germany, their employment rate of women went up to 27%, but still gender diversion and short-time, part-time jobs are still very prevalent. So there is a glass ceiling still in Germany, and the wage gap is roughly 18% in Germany. So that's one of their concerns. And the age gap can be the reason for the wage gap can be identified by many different measures, and they're coming up with the metrics to quantify that. And Korea, that figure, the gender inequality wage gap is 30%, but we need to look at that deeper by sector and the size of the company and such, so that we can mitigate and bridge the wage gap between men and women. And that's going to become more pertinent going down the road. That's the CAP summarizing. That's what we summarize for the first session. Thank you. The topic of the second was the child caring and responsibility of child caretaker and women's participation in economic activities. Professor Cha In-sin of the National Assembly Training Center will be giving the speech. Yes, in our session, we talked about women's engagement in economic activities, and caretaking. Two presenters presented there were two presenters, and first one was about general and overall inequality in the labor force and the labor market, and she dealt with a lot of statistics. And what we could find again and again through the statistics was that getting married and childbirthing and child rearing, men are unaffected comparatively, but women are still disproportionately affected in that process and cycle of life. And at the same time, the presenter mentioned that fundamentally, we need to bring about changes in the way we work. Yes, and we should give it a lot of thought. The policies should not be geared towards only women, but the policies should shift its perspective, the lens, and target the company and the way we work as a whole. The second speaker talked about the Norwegian case. we think Norway have seen a lot of progress already from the policies to society and economy, but still there is gender fragmentation in workplace, and they are also grappling the issues. And the speaker's focus, for the Norwegian speaker's focus, was to prevent career disruption from the beginning, from the root, and what kind of policies can help promote gender equality at the place of work. The first emphasis was on the well-funded, strong family-based policies, so that there can be more flexibility for women, especially for the parents who are raising a toddler or infants. And of course, that should be backed also go in hand with the job stability. And that is the point that is related to the first speaker's point, that the work hours, and we need flexibility in the hours we work and where we work, and that we should improve upon that from the policy front as well. And another thing that was emphasized during the discussion were mainly two. First is that the corporate culture needs to change. Of course, as mentioned, medium and small and medium companies, for the companies, it's really hard to women working there or have really no access, really small access to that kind of benefits for like paternity, parental leave and such. But at the same time, we have to change the culture as a whole, the corporate culture as a whole, so that not just women but also men equally take part in child caring. Those two are the tasks and key that can actually help change the current trend and help gender equality. And one thing that popped out in the questions from the online was that the corporate culture and structure is all based on the male-centric society. So because the company itself is by nature is already structured around men, it is really hard to make genuinely genderly equal just by adding new policies to that fundamentals. And that cause in that front, on the government side, that has been improvement, but on the private sector, there's a long way to go. And as a moderator, I believe that we should think that everyone is a child taker, child carer. So the company, the way we do business should be changed and transformed with that in consideration. Lastly, I want to add that to more than 15 years, many of you and the sales center, supported by the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, thank you for your efforts and commitment for the last 15 years. And we should also pay more attention to the diverse family with the diverse background.
Thank you very much. There were many programs run by Ministry of Gender Equality and Families, in particular sales centers, been doing very well in that part. Thank you for commenting on that one. And now let's move on to the third session, digital, actually improvement of women's engagement in advanced sectors such as science and technology, including digital innovations. Professor Yonghyun Shin of Yonsei University will be speaking about the third session. Thank you. I'm Yonghyun Shin, and on our third session, we actually discussed improvement of women's engagement in the STEM field. And I was actually very glad that this was a very separate session dealing with the science field, because in the field of science and technology, we already had discussions regarding this. But in the era of fourth industrial revolution and also living in the pandemic hit world, the role and responsibilities of female scientists and engineers are changing, and the environment they work in have seen lots of changes too. First of all, President Min Byung-ju at Korea Institute for Advancement of Technology has given a presentation on the status of women engineers in science and industrial sectors and recommendations for their participation in promising emerging industries. Although we have seen some progress, we have much more needs to be done. We have much more things to address. And President Min have actually mentioned that AI analytics and also service and manufacturing R&D fields needs to be included in the government subsidies too, and also developing women-tailored programs, as well as developing expanding or enhancing women representation in managerial and executive level, and programs to support that will be important. Now, the next presentation was given by Dr. Alexandra Kolekia of OECD, Science and Technology Policy Division. She's mentioned, actually highlighted through many data and study results, that there is huge gap, gender gap in the field of science. And to address the gap, close the gap, female scientists, actually female as a whole, need to be more motivated to actively participate in STEM field. Throughout the cycles of choosing majors and going into the science field, we need more systematic and comprehensive policies or strategies. Globally, there are lots of policies in place, but they are all fragmented, and that's the problem, according to Dr. Kolekia. We need to come up with more systematic and comprehensive policies to cover them all, and also importance of monitoring was mentioned by Dr. too. During the discussion session, Korea HR lead Hae Min of Google Korea has given her speech. As mentioned during the fourth session as well, she covered the respect of diversity. As she said, respect of diversity is important in corporate. And also she's shared with us the examples of Google, what the company is doing for gender equality. And Senior Research Fellow Bore Kim at the Women Enterprise Supporting Center of Women Enterprise Supporting Center, she has shared many cases as well as statistics, how we can create jobs for women, and also how are we going to support female entrepreneurs. All these supports are needed, and also these right support need to be utilized. And she's mentioned several parts that are actually taking place now. To give you my opinion in conclusion, in the field of STEM, promoting women participation is just the key. It's very important, not only in Korea, but when you look at the global society, it's a key agenda. Even the UN is promoting women participation in STEM field, and the gender equality in that field of STEM is a very important agenda for sustainability. That's what the UN has highlighted. Actually, what startled me was that we got lots of online questions during our keynote speeches. There was this postings of Q&A questions that were addressed to our speakers, and what they imply is very important. all the questions were mostly about how am I going to land a good job in the STEM field and contribute to the country, society, and how can I help my children go into that STEM field and become good scientists and engineers. So they were all willing to be in the field, go into the field, and these questions were very interesting. Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, I believe, can get some takeaway from those questions and then utilize them when setting some goals or bringing about some policies. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we discussed the science, technology, and digital innovations part, and many more need to be done regarding that. In particular, the budgeting and the strategies, they also need to be more systemic, and also we have to have a general discourse on that as a whole. Now let's move on to the last session. The fourth session's theme was ESG and expansion of women's engagement in economic activities. It was moderated by managing partner and chairman of Korean Bar Association's Special Committee on ESG Management, Im Sung-taek. Well, it's the era of ESG, I can say that. Globally and in Korea, there's this huge global trend of ESG, and we have many issues regarding that. Gender issue is one of them, and ESG has at its center gender equality, proportions of women and wages of women. They are all to be reported in their sustainability reports of the corporations. And corporations, for the short run, believe that it's costly, but then when we talk about a long-term impact, just as we mentioned during our session, empowering women economically and also help them more actively participating in our company, in the long run is more profitable, not costly. So in Korea, in this context of ESG, Korea's gender equality issue has been addressed, and also companies that have assets over 2 trillion Korean won should have mandatorily have more than one female executive in the board. So this could have a ripple effect across the corporations and business circles. And listed companies with over 20 trillion Korean won total assets, they do have female representation in the board and the executive level, but actually many of them are from outside or from the owner families. So we are still lagging behind when it comes to women representation in these high level. So we do need to expand that. And we can resolve that with gender diversity. During our fourth session, we discussed measures to expand diversity. And regarding that, we said that the focus has to go to equity and inclusion. So we heard from 3M Korea and their program that's called Men as Advocate. And that certainly tells us that men has something to do too. So for a company to become more gender equal, the company has to be more inclusive. And it's about both men and women. And in the case of CJ Cheildaedang, well, we just mentioned that the female executive representation is only 5% in Korean companies, but in CJ it's 3 or 5 times even bigger. And that's thanks to CJ's precious policies that could help women go up the company ladder. So corporate policies to help improve inclusion, equity, and diversity can actually help the company achieve better too. We can win in many aspects. Legal and policy frameworks and systems are, of course, important But when it comes to finance and investment side, it is actually very important to pay more attention to women too. That was covered by our last discussant. So when it comes to ESG, the global trend, it's going to help us improve gender equality in our society. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have heard from the moderators of our 4 sessions. We discussed gender mainstreaming, and they can play a key role in coming up with more policies regarding that. To empower women more economically, we need urgent tasks to be implemented. And then to achieve faster economic recovery and overcome the crisis of these days, female policies and also strategies have to come, and then more efforts need to be made. Actually, from the session about caretaking, I was very impressed that short, mid, and long-term policies have to come together hand in hand. And every gender mainstreaming should be applied in every stage of this. Now, going forward, the policies for women empowerment will be about preventing career interruptions of women or discrimination. But now we are going to expand towards more multiple aspects. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and all these different values will be included when coming up with our policies. Thank you. We thank you very much. It was the last session of the forum, the roundtable. Thank you so much for summing up what happened for the last 2 days. Thank you, moderators, very much, and also all the speakers and discussants. Thank you for making the forum fruitful. Before we wrap up, actually, here's something I would like to share with you. We're going to enjoy this short special video clip with you.
빠르게 변화하는 사회, 우리는 답을 찾습니다. 각국의 경험과 성과를 소통하고 교류하며 미래를 밝힙니다. (2021년) 합계 출산율 0.81명, 핵심 노동인구 고용률 OECD 36개국 중 29위, 생산인구 감소, 팬데믹 충격 등 어려운 현실에도 반드시 나아갈 방향을 찾는 변화를 넘어 지속 가능한 사회를 제시하는 우리는 현장과 정책을 잇는 혁신 브릿지. 오늘 내일의 답을 준비합니다. 집단 지성의 힘으로 미래의 방향을 찾습니다. 그간 포럼은 지속 가능한 사회 발전을 위해 우리 사회가 함께 풀어야 할 화두를 던져봤습니다. 청년 세대의 당면 과제와 사회 안전망을 강화하기 위한 다양한 논의를 통해 포럼은 모두를 위한 대한민국의 성장을 뒷받침했습니다. 지속가능 발전 사회와 여성 경제활동 참여 확대. 2022년 KGEF는 핵심 노동인구 비중 감소라는 위기에 맞서 여성 고용률을 높이고 코로나 팬데믹으로 가속화되고 있는 가정 내 돌봄 문제를 해결하기 위한 각국의 정책 사례와 그에 따른 성과를 공유하고 정책 제안을 통해 모두가 행복할 수 있는 대한민국의 성장 방향을 밝히고자 합니다. 모두를 포용하는 지속가능 국가 대한민국. 2022년 우리는 대한민국의 내일을 만납니다.
2022 Korea Gender Equality Forum, the Women's Economic Empowerment for a Sustainable Society. Under this theme, we have had a heated discussion, and we've shared various experiences to discover and explore our ways forward. For some cases, we found our answers, and for some others, we have more tasks to go pursue. We talked about STEM. We dealt with many different areas, including STEM. And it is time for us to conclude the 2022 Korea Gender Equality Forum. On an ending note, we're going to invite Deputy Minister Lee Gi-soon of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ki-sun Lee, Vice Minister for Gender Equality and Family. So I've met with these moderators, and from our last session, I could see how comprehensive and fruitful this year's forum was. Let me express my deepest gratitude to Senior Research Fellow Jong-soo Kim of Korea Women's Development Institute, Professor Cha In-soon of National Assembly Training Center, Distinguished Professor Young-hyun Shin of Yonsei University, Chairman Im Sung-taek at Korea Bar Association Special Committee on ESG Management. And also let me express my deepest gratitude to all our audience joining us from online. Thank you so much for your questions and proposals for the last 2 days. Thank you so much for staying with us. As you have mentioned, at this year's forum, actually the forum began in 2020. It's our 3rd anniversary, and the quality of our discussion is improving every year. We have these 4 sessions with fruitful discussions and presentations where we were reminded once again that we need to empower women economically and resolve the issues of childcare, career interruptions to achieve sustainable development. In particular, the 3rd session was very impressive. It was a precious opportunity to share insight into how we can better harness female talent in digital and STEM field. And also, we discussed ESG and gender equality as environment social response and the ESG. And also, in yesterday's opening ceremony, First Deputy Managing Director Gita Kopines of IMF said in her keynote speech that we can boost economic growth and mitigate income inequality by harnessing female talent, and that increased female economic participation can bring about over 7% growth in Korea's GDP by 2035. So we have the statistics and data that are evidence through various statistics, and we can actually achieve more. Now, what should be done to increase women's economic participation by 2035? Because that helps with our economic achievements. So we had very fruitful discussion, lots of takeaways. As we can see from these, for the last 20 to 30 years, we had seen improvements in policies and systems. But going forward, something should be more concrete. How can we achieve something in real life, going beyond these policies? And how are we going to utilize them more effectively? And now, we learned these cases from CJ, Google, and companies that are doing great in the field of gender equality. We've just learned that just the policies themselves cannot do everything. So we have to go beyond that. Flexibility, inclusion, and child caring, equality, and all these different aspects should be considered, in particular as we tend to work more at home because of the pandemic. And these parts, I believe, is a good sign. We are seeing some good signs that things are improving, although there need to be something more. As discussed by Ms. Shin and our discussions, we are seeing some changes, and the women not only are just being subjective to these changes, but they are the very main agent of opening up new future of Korea. For gender equality to be achieved here in Korea, everything should be more concrete and more autonomous as well. So the quality of discussion of our forum has been very high, and I believe, as you have mentioned, we are doing very much. Actually, the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family is doing a great job in regard to that. And thanks to you, thanks to your insightful ideas and ambitious goals, we would like to introduce more of them in our policy making or decision making. Ministry of Actually, to achieve the new administration's new agenda of happy family where no one's left out, society where everyone's together, Ministry of Gender Equality and Family will continue to make great efforts to foster equal workplace and to help men and women share equal responsibilities. We are going to apply more ESG evaluations and boost the enhancement of work-life balance, and also help corporations to become more diverse. And also, we provide these child care services. At the moment, over 80,000 families are enjoying these services. Now, it's not only the government, but the corporations and all the related agencies will come together to enhance gender equality, because gender equal company can do better financially as well. So this could be the very beginning of innovation. Thank you so much for staying with us until the end, and thank you so much for your active participation. The KGEF contents will be available on our YouTube channel as well as our official website. So please share these videos with everyone so that we can have more ideas, more pictures for the sustainable society through women's economic empowerment. We'll do our best as well. Now this brings us to the end of KGEF 2022. And I hope this year's forum was a great opportunity to share wisdom to achieve sustainable development, helping us to overcome the challenges we are facing now. Thank you very much. I wish you good luck and health and equality in every part of your life. Thank you so much.
네, 진심으로 감사드립니다. 폐회사로
Thank you, Deputy Minister Lee Ki-seun, for the closing remarks and add more meaning to today's forum.
이틀간 이 포럼을 통해서 대한민국의
We have joined together for the past 2 days to further the cause of gender equality, and many expertise have got together to pull their wisdom together. Our communication and discussions will surely lay a stronger foundation for a genderly equal society. I hope to hear more from the more diverse voices from different and diverse people. And this concludes the 2022 Korea Gender Equality Forum. Thank you for having joined us. I am Kim Ha-na. Thank you.